Hey, we're streaming. Ooh. Oh, my chest hurts. Alright. I'm going to get a drink real quick before I start. I'll make sure everything's set up right. Mic is on. I don't have music yet. I'll go ahead and do that. This is set to the right thing. Okay, so I downloaded some new music. Why is this window so small? Alright. Yeah, just some other games. We got Dino Wars. Honestly, there's a lot of these that I really thought I had in my playlist because I know I went through them. I think maybe they got deleted before I actually saved the music, so that's why I didn't have it. Like they got deleted from the playlist. So yeah, I just went through some old ones like Legend of Zelda, Legend of Zelda 2. I got like another MechWarrior game or song. I got Super Mario Bros. 1, 2, and 3. Undertale was one that I just never did. I have some Undertale remixes, but I didn't have any of the original music, so I figured I'd get some Undertale music because it's phenomenal. And then I also added just new stuff from the Spider game, which I thought was the music in it was so good, and I actually, after listening to them, on their own, not in the game, they're really amazing. I got Spider music, but while I was listening to the Spider music, it just got me remembering for the PlayStation Loaded and Reloaded. So I pulled up the music for those two games, and I was thinking I was going to play those at some point too, because I just forgot about them until now. But I pulled some songs from Loaded and Reloaded, which seemed alright. So I want to just play all these new songs and make sure there's no copyright issues that come up. I like to do this so that, yeah, if there's any like weird copyright stuff, I can remove it from the playlist, and hopefully it's not a problem. If any of this gets muted, that would be why, is because I played one that has a really bad legal team. Alright, I'm gonna start the music, I'm gonna go get a drink, and then we're gonna come here and we're gonna do Gamepad Keybindings, and hopefully it's not much harder than what we've already done, but we'll see. Okay. Got a drink. There's a game coming out I'm really looking forward to playing. It's called Zero Silver. It is if you know what Escape from Tarkov is, it's like a single player 2D Escape from Tarkov, which looks really cool. I never played Escape from Tarkov, but I like watching some of the videos. I'm just not into like multiplayer shooter type things, PvP. But the 2D one is a single player one, and yeah, the whole like loot progression, and it's got like stalker vibes. Seems really fun, so that'll come out November 15th. I plan playing that when it comes out. I don't know if I'll stream it. I could stream it. It could be fun to stream. I usually don't. I'm not a huge fan of streaming most games, especially longer ones, because I don't know. It takes away some of the joy of the immersion of it, right? When you feel like you have to. I don't know. It's a weird. It's kind of hard to explain, but sometimes I just really like going brain dead, right? And I feel like I can't really go brain dead when I'm on stream, even though it happens sometimes. But who knows? Maybe I'll stream it. I'm not promising anything. It seems like the type of game that I can just. Also, I'm a loot goblin when it comes to that kind of thing. So I would be a very slow, like constantly going in, grabbing as much junk as possible, and then escaping with it. and then just doing the same thing over and over again, and just hoarding. I don't know if anybody would want to watch that. I think most people would like more progression. Make it a special event. I don't know. It's not that I don't mind playing a game. It's just, would I enjoy playing the game as much streaming it as if I just didn't? Because it does matter. Like, I don't know. You'll just have to try it out. Hi, how are you? I got the mouse key bindings done, and I got the keyboard key bindings done, and now I'm doing the gamepad ones, and once I get that, I can start making the rest of these buttons, and hopefully I'd like to get it done today. So we've got, it's 5:45 p.m. where I'm at. We've got a good 12 hours to get this done. Okay, so I gotta figure out how gamepad button stuff works. So to do that, I want to start here. So we had this mouse button, and we had this keyboard key, but is there a gamepad version? So we have, okay, these are games, which is not what I want. I want gamepad. So there's gamepad, but it doesn't look like there's like any constants. Here's gamepad button check. Get button. Remove. Okay, maybe it's a different one. So if it's not gamepad, maybe it's controller? Global controller, that's mine. There's VK control. O control, yeah, none of that. Uh-oh. How do we detect gamepad buttons? It looks like there's no simple way. I would love to be able to check, like, what are all the built-in variables? I would love to know what all the built-in variables actually are and look through a list of them. I wonder if I go to keyword search on this built-in variable. I wonder if there's a way to see them all. Okay, I gotta look at where it is. Where is it? Did something go wrong? There we go. Keyword help. Let me look at this. I want to type in built-in variable. There we go. Built-in variables. Structs and construction. This is what that one guy was talking about. A struct is a variable that holds a collection of other variables. The variables that a struct holds can be any type of data. Previously mentioned, variables can be read. Golly, I don't understand this. My struct equals A20B hello world. Okay, I don't understand this one at all. I haven't really gotten what I wanted either. Just showing a bunch of different pages, but not like a page that has all the built-in variables, which would be nice, so that I can look at them all. What if I opened, let's look for, like, what did we use before? It was mouse button? Let's look for mouse button. and use that as like a jumping off point to find the other. This is part of mouse input. So if I go back to mouse input, can I get to controller? And there we go, game input. Now we've got device, gesture, gamepad, virtual keys, and virtual keyboards. Okay, now we want gamepad. Alright, gamepad input. Input constants, GP face, yeah. Shoulders, select, start. Yeah, I never made shoulder buttons. I didn't make select or start. So we'll have to make those. So we got constants. There's a different gamepad axes. Yeah, none of these are like the controller or mouse one. Functions. Gamepad is supported, is connected. Gamepad get GUID. Get device count, get description, get button threshold. Get option. Vibration call. I think I'm gonna have to do this the old way. I mean, there's a lot less gamepad buttons than there are keyboard buttons, so it's not as bad. Just check every single gamepad button. But I prefer not to do that if possible. But I'm not seeing like any other thing like what we were doing before. There's still some more. Gamepad get mapping, test mapping, remove mapping, compatibility. I feel like I should have, before I started the stream, I should have actually looked up like a tutorial about all the gamepad stuff. Because gamepads are a little more complicated. Like, you can have multiple types of gamepad. So far I've been using 4 by default because that's what my gamepad's on. But I really need to figure out how to detect what number it needs to be. And then setting that device before I do all the other stuff. And I feel like just a dedicated tutorial to how gamepad stuff works would have been really smart if I did that before starting the stream. Oh, here we go. Ideally, on all target platforms, you want to enumerate a list of available gamepad slots and then check them to see if any devices are detected, something like this. Max pads, gamepad get device count, run a 4. Okay, that's kind of what I want. I don't quite understand how I would apply that to what I need to do though. Honestly, I don't know. I'm thinking what I do here is I just blow that part off, right? Because that doesn't really matter. What I need to do... Alright, let me go back to this. Yeah, what I need to do is just figure out how to set the controls first. I've still already got in here for the gamepad stuff. Like in load options or whatever. Yeah, for the gamepad stuff. Oh, actually, it's not even in here. Here it is. No, that's not even this controller, is it? It might be this controller. Yeah, okay, this is it. So this controller is what I was using to detect what controller I'm using. I can just do that after and figure out what controller we're using. And I can do the buttons separately, because the buttons are going to be relatively the same thing. Alright, so how do I find what button we're actually going to press? The real question here. So I'm going to go ahead and just hide these now because I'm not using them. Alright, so this one won't work the same way as the other ones. But I can start it off like this. If UI options window choice controls 3. This means that we are currently awaiting a gamepad input. So we'll start with this. So we just need to detect every button, I guess. That sounds really dumb to do it that way. I can make it like a script or something to detect the buttons, kind of like I did for the changing the different strings. Maybe I do it that way, then it'll be easier and it'll be cleaner. All right, let's run a script because I actually liked what I did last time with the find key string. We're gonna do something similar to that. So script, this will be script find gamepad button. Alright. I'm going to use this same kind of deal. Only this one is yeah. Like that. I have no idea how to even start this. Honestly, this might not even work. I'm just going to write it out because I don't know what I'm doing. I think it'll help me out if I just write out what I'm trying to do. So I want to see like what button is being pressed. So I can, let's just start with like if statements. I don't even remember the gamepad ones, but it's like if gamepad button check. Okay, so we're going to start with this. If gamepad button check, still going to be global controller, but it's going to be, I guess we need to just do these in order. So let me grab my controller. I mean, there are quite a few buttons on the gamepad. So what was it again? It was GP? Yeah. So we got GP axis. We don't care about any of that stuff. But we have GP face 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess I do them in order like this. And go through every one of these. Stick left, stick right. That's basically what I'm looking for. Got a lot of GPU stuff. And then my variables, which are not applicable. Okay, so I guess I'm just getting all this stuff. We're gonna start with like GP face 1. And then if that is true, then we'll set whatever our thing is, which we could just make a new global. Yeah. Okay, so I used like global string before, right? Yeah. So this will be global gamepad button or something. Equals GP face 1. Do I just do it like that? So it'll go through every one and see if a button is pressed, and if one of the buttons is pressed, it'll grab that one and then exit. I mean, that's one way to do it. Alright, I don't know how many I need, but let's just do a basic one here. So, I need quite a bit. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. 16. But we've already got 1, so we need 15. We need 14. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, this is one way to do it. I don't know if it's not great, but I can't think of another way to do it. So whatever. There's phase 2, phase 2. Phase 3. Alright, what comes next? Pad D. Select. Start. Alright, I either miscounted or something's wrong here. I had an extra one. Did I forget something? Let's see here. We have all 4 faces. We have all 4 directions. We have select and start. We have the 4 shoulder buttons. And we have stick left and right. That should be all of them. Maybe I just added an extra one. Just make sure we have left bumper, right bumper. Also, that's wrong. Wait, what happened here? Am I just crazy? I guess I'm crazy. Oh, okay, that's what went wrong. I did like right bumper and at the same time. Okay. There we go. That's why there's a wrong number. There we go. That's the missing one. Alright, so what this will do is it'll check whatever our button that we're pressing is. Well, yeah, it'll run through this script and it'll look for us to press a button. And then it'll apply whatever that button we press to this gamepad button global. So, okay, the only thing that's not going to work here is we need to run this script if you press any button. And I don't know if any button is one of the options. It might be. But if it's not, then I have to... Maybe what I'm doing isn't quite right. And I should just put that whole thing in here instead of it being a script. Though it really won't change it. But let me just find out if there's a way to do this. So if... is it gamepad? Yeah. I wonder what gamepad button value is. That's a good question. Alright, nothing should break here. Let me see what that is. Button index. Okay, maybe this is just a number. I don't think that's going to be anything that I want after thinking about it. Oh, I wonder if I could do this. Instead of just putting what the index is, I can just put every single thing in like parentheses here. So it'll check for every single button. That should work. I don't know. But I'd want GP face 1 or... Oh, I'd have to do or. Okay. There we go. Or GP phase 2. I wonder if this would work. So basically I'm checking for any button being pressed. And then I'll run the script to figure out what button that is. Honestly, I should just try it for the 4 face buttons instead of typing them all out to see if that even works. Alright, so if any of that stuff, we want to script, execute, script, gamepad button, find gamepad, what did I say? Yeah, find gamepad button. Oh, I know what I can do. We can leave that in there and we can just go ahead and draw this. Let's just see what that global changes to. Global gamepad button. Oh yeah, this is going to cause a crash because it doesn't actually know what global gamepad button is. Well, that's easy enough to fix. Just throw it in down here. It equals 0 to start with. I'll just get rid of that so that we don't get an error. And then if I press any of these face buttons, it should run this script and change it to be whatever the face button is. Alright, let's test that. If that works, then we just apply all the other buttons and this will work. And then I'll have to figure out how to find the correct controller. Okay, so let's use the gamepad for once. I'll open this. So it's set to 0, that's right. If I open gamepad, nothing's being drawn right now. Oh, that's because it doesn't have gamepad controls. I haven't set that up yet. I can still... Is it because I have to open this with a mouse? Yeah, okay. So if I go into this one, click here, this should be gamepad control. So nothing... Okay, I click it, but I shouldn't be able to do anything with it unless I use the gamepad. I'm also not drawing the thing there, but that doesn't matter. So, okay, we're going to see if we detect a face button, and then the number in the middle should change if we did. So I'm going to start with A. Nothing happened. Wait, ooh, crash. Okay. Yeah, that's not good. Okay, come on now. Change scenes. There it goes. Whoa, that's not right. Stop doing this. Why do you do this? Alright, yeah, I got a crash. Okay, so script argument 1, incorrect type, undefined, expecting a number. Oh, I don't understand this one. This is step event for object button input 01. It's line 57, so that's the script we're running. I don't quite understand this one, this error. But something in the script seems to have gone wrong. Did I screw something up? This one, okay, so script, find gamepad button. So if the global controller equals this, then gamepad button equals GP face 1 exit. Maybe, I don't know what this is actually setting to. Let me try that. Because that could be what it is. So in here, I want to know, instead of that, just use the other one. I want to know what a gamepad button actually looks like. So let's just use gamepad base 1. Let's see what that value is. Okay, phase 1 is 32,769. That's interesting. What's phase 2? I mean, as long as it's a number, it should work. Phase 2. Once it opens. Alright, it's 32,770. So, okay, they are numbers, so I don't know what the error would be. It should draw that button as soon as we assign it to one of these. Alright, so when I went in here, also I could just apply this to here, which would be cleaner. Also, I didn't run the rest of my script, which I should probably do. Maybe it just runs the script and then it gets confused. So let's throw the rest of this in here. So flash equals 0, waiting equals false, global controls active equals true, ready equals false. So this ready was only applying to the mouse button, so that doesn't matter. No, it does matter. Oh yeah, so I need to add that here. So does that apply? That only applies to the mouse because you're using the left click on the mouse. So yeah, no, that doesn't apply here. I can get rid of this part. Alright, let's just try it again now and see if I still get the same crash. Alright, hopefully I caught that one quickly this time. Right, so it's not working. Keep getting the error. I'm gonna try it again, and I just changed it to where we're only looking for the one button. So I don't know which one's face A, but I'm gonna keep pressing them until one of them changes the number in the center of the screen. Nope, it just causes a crash. So that must be face A. Not working. Alright, abort. Let's try and get rid of this script execute thing. And let's just say global, come on now. Gamepad button equals GP phase 1. That's basically what we're trying to accomplish. Let's see if even that much will work. So I can kind of narrow this down. Controls, gamepad. All right. Hey, okay, that does work. So it's the script that's actually screwed up. Which is weird. I don't know why that is. The only thing I can think of is when it runs the script. One of these isn't actually happening. So then it just like it runs to the end and nothing happens. I think I'm just gonna throw this in. Even though it's really large and messy. Alright, so no script. It's just going to do what I was doing in the script, but in the thing itself, and see if that changes it. Oh, but this will only work for phase 1 right now. But hey, let's see if it works for just the first one. If it does, then we'll add the other ones and see if that works. Alright. Gamepad, confirm, enter, phase 1. Yes, that works. Okay. Now let's add all the other ones. First, I want to see if this actually works for all the faces. So play. Alright, I'll show it this time. So options, controls, gamepad, confirm, press this. So if I press any of the face buttons, the number in the middle should change to that. Oh, okay, so it's only the last number that actually procs. Okay, so that doesn't work. Damn, I really hope that would work. Where you can do like this or this or this, but that does not work. That means I gotta do ores for all this. There's gotta be a better way. Because the alternative here is doing that, and then we separate it this way instead. We go that, or the next one at the end would be, I don't know, this just doesn't seem like the best way to do this. That should be all of them. We got face 1, 2, 3, 4. What is it? It's pad up, pad down, yeah. Alright, that's checking for every single button. So if any of these are pressed, honestly, it's definitely a better way to do this. Because once one of them has been detected as being pressed, then I should just do the thing. I don't really have to do the check part of it. Seeing as I'm going to separate them all anyway, right? Do I go ahead and fix that? Yeah, I might as well. Okay, let's just fix that. Seeing as we're checking every single button, then let's just throw this at the end of here. Alright, and then for this, it's just going to be ifs on all these. And at the end, it's going to be the stuff that happens inside of them, which is all this stuff. I think I'm missing one. Right, where's the end of awaiting? Oh yeah, it is missing. There we go. This is the soundtrack to Spider, by the way. I think it's really good. You don't see rock music used in games that often anymore. Is it like a 90s or 2000s thing? Early 2000s. Alright, that's all that. We can get rid of this script because we're not going to use it. Alright, so that should work. Though it's very messy. But I mean, I was running a script like that anyway. Only problem is when 3 is active, this is just going to run constantly, looking for one of these to be true. But this only happens when this awaiting is on, so technically this only applies when awaiting's on and this 3's on. Otherwise it won't do this. Alright, let's see if we can get all the different numbers for the gamepad working. Alright, so face 1. I'm gonna use the mouse because I haven't set up anything else. Yeah, cool. Start. Select. Ooh, select doesn't work. That's odd. Why my select button doesn't work? Okay. Well, that's weird. Let's try right, down, up. Okay, it all works. Bumper, bumper. This one, that one, stick, and other stick. Okay, so all that works. For some reason select doesn't work. I wonder if that's like an issue with my controller or what. So let's try and swap over to the other one. Yeah, it's not going to do anything now. Does select work? No. I don't know why select doesn't work. I'm going to assume that's a controller issue and not a gamepad issue. I'll check it out real quick. Maybe I just didn't do it right. We got select here, GP select, GP select. No reason that shouldn't work. That might be a controller thing. I mean, I don't know. I'm just gonna assume that that would work for other controllers and it's just not gonna work for mine for some reason. Okay, so this does work. Now I need to draw the correct thing depending on what it's set as. Alright, so I am going to draw something. Like there is a string, which I'll have to set up, but there's also pictures that I have to set up as well. And I don't know how to do that because that's confusing. I mean, okay, let's just start by getting the strings in because we've already got everything here for setting up a string. We just need to put them in where they go. So this gamepad string needs to be, well, for starters, what does it actually equal? It's gamepad confirm string. Oh, which is up down here. Gamepad. Confirm gamepad string equals global string. Okay, that's not necessarily true. Actually, I could do that. I just changed the global string. Okay. So global string needs to be changed here. Here. So when I apply all this stuff, I need to change the string to be what it needs to be. But it's not on any of them that actually have a picture. So select would be one. So I can't test select. But that would technically work. I'm gonna keep in mind it's gotta be under 7 letters, which it is. This is left trigger. Do I say left trig or I think that would be the most. This is why I think I should just draw these pictures. I could draw the left trigger a bit better than this. I guess I'll just do it like this. So this one would be left bump. Alright, let's test that. It's just not going to work for the ones that have to be drawn. Also, I do need to expand this one out. Actually, it'd be better to just do this. Also, I don't think I'm setting the string to be equal to this again. This is only in the create. So I should not have done global string. I should have done this. Crap. Or this one. Alright, let's copy that and replace every global string with that. And it's got to be Alright, test that. It won't work the first time because I don't actually have anything that checks that. I'll have to set that up next. Right, but if I hit face, well, faces don't work. It's got to be other things, like start should work. Yeah, start. Left bump. Oh, that's okay. That's not right. That's not a bumper. Anyway, that's backwards apparently. Now I know how that works. Right trigger, right bumper, left stick, right stick. Okay, and just swap the triggers and bumpers. Bumpers should be these, right? That's what I think of bumpers as, and then triggers are behind. So, weird that they have that done differently. Anyway, this is actually the bumper. This is the trigger. Okay. So this, how does this find? Yeah, I'm using this find key string. I need to find, I do need to do one for the gamepad and probably for the mouse. So let's copy this. Find gamepad string. Right, so the way I did it before is I said the confirm gamepad equals global key confirm that. Oh man, that's not gonna really work. Going from like, because I'm pretty sure these gamepad numbers can be like anything. So going back the other way, I don't know if that's even a thing. Like, because the numbers are so high, that tells me that depending on what the controller is, those numbers are probably going to change. So I can't just like look for the number and change it depending on that. Well, shit. Because like before, this would be global confirm, or not global, but confirm gamepad A. Like these numbers, I can't just use like the 32,000 whatever 700, because I feel like this number is going to change depending on what type of controller you're using. This is probably why a lot of game developers use like button layouts instead of allowing you to change buttons. Oh. Yeah, I don't know how to do this. Like, I know how to do it for my controller specifically, but I know that's not going to work for every controller. I'd have to find out what all these numbers are. Alright, let me test real quick. I'm gonna figure out, I'm gonna write all these numbers down. We'll just start with that. Actually, no, I don't want to full screen this, because I actually need to use a notepad. Alright, let me open up my little notepad that I was using to keep track of codes, numbers, keyboard to numbers. So we want mousepad stuff will be below this, or gamepad stuff. Alright. So the different gamepad stuff. Base 1. Just say G-pad. All right. All right, let's find out what all these codes are. So I don't remember what each of the face ones is, but I'm gonna hope they're in order. So this one should be face 1, 32,769. So the next one should be 32,770, 32,771, and 32,772. Let's see if that's true. That's 770, 772, 771. I'm going to assume that's right. It could be wrong. I'll have to, I don't know. I can never remember which face button is which. Okay, and then I want D-pad stuff is up is 81, 84, 82. Okay. 81, 84, 82, 83. So 81 to 84. 7. Oh yeah, but I don't know which is which. Shit. Alright, well I know the first 4 numbers are always the same. Alright, well what's up? Up is 1. Left is 3. I'll reorder this. Right is 4. And down is 2. That one needs to go 4 left and right. Alright, select I can't even test, but I can do start. Start is 32,778. Oh wait, that's select shit. Which goes there. Alright, left bumper is 73. Left trigger, 75. I bet select is 32,777. I could probably make that guess. I'm just going to put it where it goes. I'm just not going to mark it. But if I had to guess, that's what it is. Though it could be 779. I don't have that one either. Alright, what's left stick and right stick? Oh, left stick is 779. That's weird, because that doesn't really fit. Or is there an 80? There's no 80, so right stick should probably be 780. If I'm right. Yep, 780. Okay, so that's 79 and 80. Yeah, that means select should definitely be 777. Now these are in order. All right, I'm just going to make that assumption. I think that's a safe assumption to make. Select start would be right next to each other. All right, now I have all the buttons. Let's apply them. I'm gonna bring this over here so I can see it. Okay. Right, so we're just going to do it based off those numbers for now. So it starts at 32,769. And it goes up to 32,784. Grabbed it at the wrong spot. This soundtrack is really good. I just really like it. It makes me want to play and beat Spider. I'm pretty sure I've beaten it before, I just don't remember it. But I remember a lot of that game as I was playing it. Were just like memories coming back to me. This would be 80, 81, 82, 83, 84. All right, that should be all the buttons. Yeah, so yeah, like I was saying, my biggest worry is these numbers aren't going to be the same if you use a different type of controller. So I'll just have to deal with that problem when I come to it. I have no way of testing it because I have no other controllers that work on my computer. That's a shame. Alright, so strings. I should probably mark what these actually are. I mean, it doesn't matter. If I make the string be face 1, that'll be fine. Because it doesn't matter what the strings are for the faces. And in fact, I could use whatever the string is for the face to figure out what picture to draw. So, yeah, that actually works. This is left bumper. Which I think I did it like this, right? With a capital B. Then this one will be right bumper. Left trigger. Yeah, I'll do it like that. Pad up, pad down, pad left, pad right. That's all of them. Alright, so when I run this script, it will assign confirm gamepad A, any of this stuff. Which, now I'm thinking about it, this isn't gonna work. Because I need to run this script through every type of confirm. I'll fix that later. right now, let's just get it working for confirm, and then I'll figure out how to apply that to every other button. So yeah, the script we're running is not key string, it's gamepad. I really should have just said Gpad here. It's more uniform. So this is the initial way it finds what the string's supposed to be. Alright, let me test that. Honestly, the only way to test that is to make sure it should say like face 1 or something in the start. That's really all we changed. And if it doesn't crash. Yep, it says face 1, it did not crash. So we're off to a good start. Only it didn't change to the right pad when I change. Oh, that's because I haven't set that up. Okay, cool. We're all good. Now I need to just change how that works. So actually, what I do, because I've decided that's how it's going to be, in here, like I did with these, copy this, put it here. Because we're going to use this string to figure out what we're actually drawing, because that seems to be the easiest way to do it, even though it's a little weird. There we go. Now they each have one. And we just draw based on that. Which, how to separate each of these different ones becomes its own problem. I mean, I might be able to just say if UI options window formpad a string equals one of these different things. I don't know if that'll work. It didn't work the last time, but it might work here. So it equals face 1, 4. These 2. Alright, it's any of these 8 buttons. Then run this code. Otherwise, run that code. I'm the master of if commands, because that's all I know how to do most of the time. Alright, we're gonna set up the next sprite. I didn't do that yet. I want all these sprites to be in the same one. I'm just gonna edit this one. Going to import all of my gamepad sprites. Bam. Fortunately, I don't know what is what. I need to change this to be Keybindings Gamepad. Everything else here is the same though. Probably need this on screen so I can actually look at it and reference it. I'll close everything but this for now. And then open this again. I'm going to delete all these. There we go. I guess I could have made the string equal a number, and that number being what it is, and that would have made this a lot easier. Instead of it equaling the different sprites. That's true. Let's try that. So instead it's just going to be, okay, so yeah, we're going to do the first couple ones. It's going to be, yeah, but if I draw text 0, does that actually work? I guess it'll work. Okay, so this will probably work, right? So I want to change this to be the different number. So it's just like it equals 0. I can't like use less than or greater than because I'm checking to see if it's a string or it's a number. So yeah, I guess I'll just have to check it one by one. Right, so if it equals any of these numbers, then we're going to do this. Otherwise, it's an actual string, and then we do the other thing. So this we won't have to do, because now we know it equals a number, which will make this a lot cleaner. Then we just set this, and then we do this part is going to be what the image index actually is. And now I just have to set the number to be what it actually is in this, which I do as part of the script. So face 1, instead of it equaling face 1, this equals whatever face 1 here is, which I think face 1 is this one. So that should be 6. Face 2, I believe, is 5. Face 3 is 7. Face 4 is 4. Alright, and we've got, this is left bumper. We want pads. So pad up, these ones are at least easy to do. Up is 0. Down is 2. Left is 3. And right is 1. Alright. So I think this will work without causing errors. It'll set it to the number, which is basically the image index of this drawing. And I just don't know if this will work, but it might work. There we go. Alright, let's see if it works. Oh, it's got to draw a texture group again. Because I changed sprites. Oh, stretch. Oh no, this isn't going to be 3 minutes of this, is it? It is. Okay, I need a new song for this. Or I need to cut this song down. Otherwise it's just repeating it over and over again. Okay, I'll look at that later. It's a good song, but it's not good if it's just on repeat for 3 straight minutes. Some of these might be like that. Sometimes they lengthen the length of the video by repeating the song a couple times. Means I have to cut them down manually. There we go. Let's check it out. Hope for the best. Alright. Gamepad says 6. That's not ideal. If I do it this way, now it's face 1. Well, it's because I didn't change... Yeah. Okay. I know why that's wrong, but I don't know why the first thing's wrong. But if it's showing 6, it just means this isn't actually proccing. I don't think this actually works. But anyway, I forgot to change it here. These strings need to actually be what they are in the script. Which I don't remember which is which. Oh crap. It's 6, 5, 7, 4. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. So 6, 5, 7, 4. Alright, so this should be 6, 5, 7, 4. Okay, and then the pads would be 0, 2, 3, 1. Though that's not in order, I don't think. So I actually don't know what the pads are. I'll just have to use this again. So this is pad down. Yeah, it's not in order. Down is 2. Left. Left is 3. Right is 1. Means up should be 0. Yeah, these songs are all going to be annoying because they repeat too many times. Alright. I think all the Mario stuff's going to be like that. Do I have anything else in here then? Oh, we can move on to Undertale. Cool. Get ready for the feels if you played this game. Alright, let's try that, but also we need to change this draw thing now. So this doesn't work. I wonder if it equals a string, I wonder what it returns as. Like, there's probably a way to find out if something is a number or a string, but I don't know how to do that. Other than checking every single number individually. I mean, I could try a range. No, I don't think that would work. Yeah, no, it's just gonna do something random. That won't work. It's like doing every one of them individually is really dumb. I just don't know another way to do it. Because I've never like made things a string or a number before. So it's just gonna be like what I was setting up before. Or this, or so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's just try that. Fuck it. Fuck it. I just want it to work. I don't care. Yep, okay, it's drawing a picture now. Alright, let me open this. Gamepad, confirm. Okay, so there's a button. Let's try other faces. So if I click the one that I have, okay, that's good. It should be the right one. Yep. Left. Up. Okay, that's all good. And just a test. Bumper. Right trigger. 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 Okay, here's the D-pad. Up. Left. Right. Down. Cool. Start. Select does not work, but I can do right stick and left stick. Okay. I kinda like the bones of it. Oh yeah, so I never set up the mouse. I need to do it too. Which I've already forgotten how I did the mouse before. The mouse button. Right, so I was setting up the confirm mouse left is going to be like a certain number between certain things. Okay, that's right. So what I need to do, I need another script. Which is mouse. So mouse left equals, I think it's never actually a 0, but I can set up a 0 because it can be 0. Oh, and that's not where I would set that up, it would be here. If case 0. It's not based off a global string, is it? My mouse is based off of this. So this will equal 0. So if case is 0, this will equal 0. This seems kind of redundant, doesn't it? Also, just looking at it, that's not even what I want to do. I want to find out what our mouse button is and just set the mouse left to be that button. So yeah, I don't even need a script for this one. Where's the mouse at? The mouse is very simple because it's just confirm mouse left equals global confirm mouse left. And that's all I had to do. And the global string never actually comes into play with the mouse. So yeah, mouse doesn't even use any of this stuff. I'm pretty sure. There we go. So we're going to set all these original things to be what the thing is on the side, and then once we save the game, we're going to set it in the reverse order. So I know what I'm doing wrong here. I need to add like a global for this as well. So I just need to say whatever global I'm going to be using here. I could use global string again, but I feel like I need another one. Global key button equals confirm enter. And then when I do the string, the key string, well, I guess I do keyboard button. See, what I'm having, the problem here is this will only work for the confirm enter. I need it to work for no matter what one I actually run. So this needs to be like a global that's constantly changing. So a keyboard button. And I just change that for each one I run so that it knows which one it's finding. This one I'll have to do the same kind of deal with. But I want to change my code where relevant in here, because this needs to do it when it updates too, before it enters this script. So I want global keyboard button equals what's above it. I also forgot to do the other part here. Alright, so before the script, I always got to change the global. This looks like that. I don't think that'll break anything else. Alright, so yeah, the mouse is the other one that needs to change. Oh yeah, I did this stuff with the mouse. I wasn't even going to use it though. But never mind. Mouse doesn't need to change. Just forgot to delete that. Alright, so yeah, we get the mouse through this, and that's fine. We get this through this, using the keyboard button, which I've changed. The gamepad's the other one. Right, we can't use confirm gamepad A, we need something else. I have gamepad button. Can I just use that? I never even used this script, right? Is this redundant? I used this script only when finding it to begin with. I didn't even use it in this part. So yeah, the script is only necessary for finding the initial one. So I can just change the button here to be whatever it actually is. Okay, yeah, that's all I need to do is say global gamepad button equals whatever, and then I change this to be and what did I use global gamepad button up here for? I never set this because I got rid of the code, right? Gamepad button is part of the draw here, isn't it? God, I have no idea what gamepad button is even used for. Is that something that I got rid of? I've been changing the string, I just haven't been changing the button. That's what's going on. Yeah, I need to change this gamepad button to be what it's actually supposed to be. I've been changing the string, but the button itself hasn't actually changed. Okay, that's what it is. So all these gamepad buttons in here actually need to go to what it's supposed to be, which is UI, options, window, confirm, gamepad A, right? Yeah. I want this to be what we're actually changing. I don't care about the button. Okay, that'll fix all that. And now I just need to put this in here. Above all the scripts, make sure they're in there as well. Okay, that should fix all that. Now there's something else I forgot to do, which is I did the keyboard thing where it alternates certain strings, but I didn't do that for the mouse and the gamepad. No, I did do it for the mouse, right here. I didn't do it for the gamepad. Wow, wow. Which is really annoying, because I got to do it like in here somehow. Oh, okay, I just do it right here, yeah. Basically the same thing I did before. Has to go in the top of all these. But instead of cancel right, it's cancel gamepad B. So if it equals gamepad face 1, then we're going to set B to equal what the current A is. Yeah, this one I had to do a bunch of other stuff. I had to run the script to find out what it is. I'm gonna have to do that again. So basically, I'm running the same stuff I do when I first find out what it is. This part. All right, so none of that was correct. Great, awesome. This is mouse. I want it to be here, gamepad. Control V. All right, so if gamepad press controller gamepad face 1, if UI options window cancel gamepad B is the same thing, then you're going to change the B to be what the current A is. You're going to go set the global gamepad to be what this is now. And then you're going to execute this script to find what string it is. And then you're going to set the B string to equal the global string that this pulls out. Okay, that should be right. Now I just need to edit this for every single one of these to get the correct setup. So I'd just change this to be face 2. Everything else would be the same. Yeah, okay, cool. That makes it pretty easy, actually. This is face 3. Alright, that's all those. I'm gonna test to see if there's any errors, but it shouldn't be. I can really test to see if that actually works until I get all the other buttons in. But as long as there's no errors, then we're doing okay. Seems like nothing's crashing. Alright, cool. Gonna trust in myself there. Okay. Anything else? Or do we have the basics? I think we do. We're ready to make new buttons. Oh yeah, we can get rid of this. Alright, let's close all the windows. Perhaps a couple of these. Alright, we gotta start copying these different inputs and then setting them up to do what they're supposed to do. Alright. So not sure what I want to do here. I guess I make all 16 buttons, make sure they're placed in the right place, and then I'll go through them one at a time, editing everything, right? So let's just start by creating them and naming them. Because I don't think there'll be any errors for all these buttons. They'll just all be displaying the first one, which we'll have to change. But it would be nice if they're all in the correct location so we can test it while changing what they actually do and what actually appears. I was suddenly thinking that I've made a horrible mistake on something. This is only going to check for if we're doing the confirm button. And yeah, okay, that's because this is number 1. Oh no, yeah, it doesn't matter. Okay, yeah, no. Only thing that matters, I'm just thinking like the different actions, confirm, attack, whatever, you know, cancel, all that stuff. I forgot why I had that, and that's just for the keyboard controls. For the mouse, it wouldn't even matter. It's just whatever's to the right of it. So, yeah, everything should be good. Let's create the buttons where they go. I think I can just make all these buttons as well. So let's do that. I've been calling it attack, but it's probably going to be something like shoot. Let's just do attack next. It's not how you spell pause. WASD, so up. Okay. Those buttons are created with controls, I believe. Here. And they're already kind of put in here. I had pause go before shoot. I'm going to change these around. This will be attack, pause, left, down. All these should be placed in the correct place. And then we're going to do all these. One, two. There's no 9. What's this number supposed to be? That number is 1500. Alright, I should be able to test this. There won't be any problems other than it not being the right thing. But I know about that. So once I have all these buttons and they're all in the right place, it'll just be the matter of editing every one of them to make them do the new thing. And we'll be done with it. Oh, it started over again. Okay, that was my test of all those songs. I'll have to fix the Mario ones so that they don't repeat over and over again. Okay, loaded music, games. Play. Shuffle. Cool. I'll put those in as long as we don't get any copyright things. That music lasted a long time though, didn't it? How long have I been streaming? Like 2.5 hours, just those couple songs. It's amazing, actually. But I guess so. Okay, it opened. Let me look at this. Options. Probably be a lot to do, but open, bam. Okay, there's everything. It's just selecting everything at once. But they're all where they're supposed to be. So that is working. So this should work. I just gotta change every one of them to be what they're supposed to be. Cool. Also, I gotta make sure for the mouse and the gamepad, the right row is gonna be gone. Right row. For the mouse, the right row is gonna be gone, and the last 4 choices are gonna be gone. I'm gonna have something else in the bottoms of those. Probably gonna put up a dead zone for the gamepad, and for the mouse, I don't know, I thought about making the same options that are here for mouse controls, like the auto move, and putting them in the controls as well. I don't know if I do that, but it's like, this is kind of like mouse control related, but I'm not sure if I want to add that there or not. Alright, so to edit every single one of those, we gotta start. Let's start with these because they seem the easiest. It's all the new stuff. So start with the create event stuff. Nothing changes here. Yeah. I'm gonna do step last, so let's do the draw event stuff. So this confirm is gonna change. For here, it's gonna be cancel. This one is gonna be, it's not gonna be attack. I'm gonna say shoot. Honestly, I really considered doing like shoot or like slash interact, because it does kind of do both those, but that's a lot to fit inside the button. So I think I'll just call it shoot, and we'll use the fact that it interacts with the map. I don't know. I think the player can figure that part out for themselves. Pause. Back to the top, and now we do step event stuff. I'm just going to open the step event in all of these so I can go down the list and do it like piece by piece. It'll keep me from making mistakes. Same kind of thing that I do in animation. You do a little piece at a time as you run through each of the steps. That principle applies to coding sometimes. So, state equals main, instance destroy self is the same, but this choice action 1 needs to change in each one of these. So this would be choice action 2. It would be here as well, so 2, 2, and then down here is 2. Alright. This would be, ooh, wrong button. 3. Alright, this is 4, isn't it? What happened to... Oh, cancel is 2. Yeah, that's right. I was thinking this was the first one. Oops. Alright, this one's 2. Because I don't have the first one in here. I should probably just throw the first one up here. I just know I'm not changing that one. Really aggravating. There we go. There's 1, 2, 3. Four. This might be all that changes. What else changes? So this active stuff is still the same. Mouse enter, left mouse button, state equals input, that's going to stay the same. Choice input equals the choice action, that's true. State does not equal control, that's true. Yeah, I don't change anything else with these buttons. Alright, well, let's test it and see if that all worked. That would be a really easy one if that worked. This is one of the benefits though. Working everything out before you copy and paste is you do a lot less work on the back end. So hopefully it all pays off. Though the inputs are a lot more complicated. Oh, I also need to make sure I set it up to where the mouse only draws certain ones. Alright, so we got confirm, cancel, shoot, pause, up, left, down, right. If I go in here, I should be able to mouse over them all and keyboard through them all. Yeah. Good. Do that on the gamepad real quick to make sure. Yep. Cool. Well, that works great. So yeah, what I want to do is set it up to where if it's the mouse, the up, left, down, and right have to disappear. So let's do that. For this one, how do I best do that? I just want it to not draw itself if the choice, okay, yeah, so we just say if UI window, or UI options, choice controls, if it equals 2, 2 should be the mouse. If it does not equal 2, draw self. So if it equals 2, you shouldn't see up. And I think I did set up the oh yeah, okay, so you won't be able to see it, but you will still be able to select it. So I need to make sure you can't select it either, if that's true. So I gotta add that to the end of here. So copy this at the back end of this. We gotta say and that. So that it never becomes active. All right. It should never be active. Oh, so I don't want the rest of it to play either now that I think about it. Otherwise it's going to draw the text. We don't want that. So to fix that, I really just need to do like a bracket and then everything inside of the bracket. So nothing happens here. Alright, let's do that real quick. Brackets, enter, close bracket. Okay, so that should have done everything. I don't remember. I think if you're in mouse, I've already set it up where it only cycles through the first 4. I just want to look at that again real quick, make sure. But I think I set that up already. I vaguely remember doing that. So if the state equals controls mouse, controls keyboard, controls gamepad is 1 through 8. Yeah, 1 through 4. So it should everything should work now with that change. Alright, so we see everything in keyboard, but here the last 4 go away. That's correct. Now real quick, I'm going to go through all these. That still works fine. And then in mouse, it should just go through the 4. Yeah. And then, yeah, cool. So you can't select the other buttons because they're technically not appearing. Okay, all that works great. I guess I should do my full test here to make sure. Yeah, totally good. Great. What's next? So that means all those buttons are done. Let's close the windows and we'll do inputs next. There we go. But before that, I gotta take a short bathroom break. I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. Okay, we're doing inputs next. I wonder if I can open all these without clicking on them all. Yep, open all script events. Whoa, I didn't want to do it like that. Alright, close them all. Great, the button moves every single time. There we go. Alright, not quite like that. I'm not gonna give up yet. Is there another way? Open and explore? No, I don't think that's what I want. Pretty sure open and explore like opens it. Yeah, no, I don't want that. Alright, I guess. Can I like hit enter? You want to open all? Okay. Hey, there you go. That's how you do it. So, I don't know what order it just opened in because we got O2 here, but where's O1? Why'd it do it backwards? And put 1 at the top? Yeah. That's a little odd. Cool. Alright, first, is there anything changing on the await? Or on the create? I just read await. I don't think so. Ready, awaiting, flash, mouse enter. Oh, that's good. I don't want to do the step till last, so let's do draw. Alright. This is where it gets really confusing. So this is going to be the same regardless. It's going to draw it where it's drawing it, so that's all fine. Oh, the part that's going to change is like, instead of being confirmed, this is going to be whatever the new thing is. Yeah, everything that's confirmed is what changes. Oh yeah, this is going to take a while. Alright, so all that changes, but does anything else change? I don't think so. It's just like all confirm enters become whatever the new thing is. All confirm gamepad A's become the new thing. Yeah, all confirm mouse lefts become the new thing. Honestly, this is so big and complicated though, I should make a notepad so that I don't screw anything up. Alright, so confirm enter string changes confirm mouse left changes confirm gamepad A string changes. What else? Well, this should be the same. Yeah, okay, that's the only thing. So it's those 3 things. Have to change in every single one of these to be whatever they're supposed to be. And we're gonna. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get all the stuff that's supposed to be first. And if it doesn't actually change, then I'm going to skip it. And then I'll figure out what gets drawn after everything else is done. So we start off by going to 2, opening draw. I feel like I need to just open draw preemptively on every single one of these. Make this a little easier. Could open draw and find and replace real quick. This won't be too hard. It's just going to be like a lot of finding and replacing. And trying to figure out what each thing is. It's going to be even harder when I get into the step event though. Alright. Go back to 1. I don't really care about 1. It's just there as an example. Alright, so here. We want to go Control F. I can use my notepad and just copy this, and I want to find this and replace it with... So instead of confirm, enter... Okay, this is input 2. Input 2 would be the next one down, which is cancel. So this would be cancel. The main cancel button is escape. So cancel escape string. I feel like I need to write these down too. I guess I can open up the window at the very bottom here. Create. Alright, so we got, oh, cancel escape spelled like this, by the way. Yeah, I feel like I need to write all this down. Let me do that real quick so I don't make these mistakes. Alright, so we have confirm, enter, confirm, space. And you know what, if I set them up like they're supposed to actually appear, that would be even better. Unfortunately, I don't really have enough room to do that. Alright, confirm, enter, confirm, space. This will be cancel, escape, fully spelled out, and cancel, left control. And then the next one is attack. So it's going to be attack, space, and attack, shift. Then we got pause. Pause escape, right? Yeah, pause escape. Pause, pause. Then we got up, W, up. I don't even remember what this one is. Up. Alright, so up W, up, arrow, up, oh, it's not up. Next one is left, so left, A, left, left, arrow, down, S, down, arrow, right, D, right. Cool, that should be all of them for that. Then I've got to do the other ones. So mouse is these ones. Mouse left. Cancel. Mouse right. Attack. Mouse left. Pause. Mouse middle. Okay, and then confirm. Gamepad A. Cancel. B. Stack. Gamepad X. Pause. Alright, that is all the buttons I am doing. Close that again. Okay, so find and replace. This is wrong. I'm glad I checked. This is going to be cancel escape. Like that. And then number 2, yes, cancel escape. So change those. Alright, the next one. These mouse lefts will become cancel mouse left. Yeah, I don't even need the string part because it'll just replace the front part anyway. Let's remove those. Alright, so cancel mouse right. Okay, change those. And the next one will be confirm Gamepad A. Needs to turn into cancel Gamepad B. Alright, and that should be all I had to do there. Let me look it over real quick to make sure I didn't screw nothing up, but I think that's it. All these confirms got changed into cancels. Yeah. Cancel, cancel B, cancel B, cancel B, cancel B, cancel, cancel B. Okay, I think that's it. I'm gonna do that for all of them. Control F, grab the first bit, copy, paste, and then change this with just keep copying and pasting because that's easier. Cancel escape. Okay. That one. Place it with this. Oh no, I'm screwing up. Okay, let's go back. Alright. Grab this. I'm doing what I just did, which is not right. This is number 3. Number 3 is attack. So these confirms need to be replaced with this one. Attack. Base. Alright. Like the top is always the same, but the bottom changes. There we go. Stupid. This is pause. Could be pause. Did the wrong one. Okay. Next one. All right, so at this point we're doing up, down, left, and right. So the mouse stuff's going to change. But let's just do the 2 that matter. So confirm enter still changes to this. And then confirm gamepad changes to this one. Alright, so what do I have to do here to remove the mouse stuff? Like, I can just gut out all the mouse stuff here, because it'll never apply. Like, choice controls equals 2, but I don't want to do that. Because if it equals 2, I just don't want to draw anything. I'm going to leave it in here. I'm going to leave the mouse stuff in here. And then, yeah, I'll figure this all out at the same time. How to actually gut what needs to be done. So we're just going to skip over it and keep going. Alright, so that was up. This would be the next one left. But I got to go Control F. Find and replace. This one goes into left. Okay. That one changes into left. Next. So that one is now down. Okay, so we're doing right next. Okay. All right, then from here on out, we're doing the right column, and the right column is only the keyboard stuff. So it gets a little bit easier. I'll just have to gut it out later. So we're just doing confirm enters. In fact, because we're just doing confirm enters on these, I kind of want to just run through them all real quick. It's less copying and pasting. Well, it's less copying. Same amount of pasting. Alright, let's go back to 9. And then I'm replacing this one with escape. No. I'm replacing this one with... this is the other side, so this is actually confirmed space. What is that smell? I smell skunk. Oh god, my house got skunked. I hope the dog didn't get skunked. She might have. Sounds like something she'd do. Oh, jeez. That sucks. Whew. Did you get skunked? Don't smell any worse. That's good. I still smell the skunk though. Ugh. It'll be rough. Alright. Getting distracted. This one should be cancel left control. Got attack shift. Pause. Alright, everything replaced. Do I go ahead and work out the draw part? I guess I can before I go any deeper. Alright, let's just start at the beginning. So the first like 4 won't really change because they're always available. So input 1, 2, 3, 4 would all be good. But once we get to directions, this is directions, anything mouse related needs to go from here. So, okay, what I need to do is say, I need to throw this at the top, kind of like I did before. And we say, if this does not equal 2, then you do everything below. Alright, and then anything that's 2 here is redundant. You can go. Get rid of that 2. This gamepad stuff. Get rid of this. Alright, I gotta do that too. Honestly, every option above this, right? Has that happen? Because, yeah, the mouse controls aren't going to show up for anything else. So, what I just did needs to happen to everything. Okay, if it does not equal 2. And then I got to do a close bracket at the end of everything. I feel like it'd be easier to just copy paste here. There we go. If it has a red mark, I need to do it. Good way to know when to stop. This is the stopping point. We've already done this one, right? Yeah. Alright, so there's that part done. The other part is the 2 that's in here. We can get rid of that from everything. Oh yeah, I'm not doing all of it. Crap. Okay, I did both the 2s there. I didn't do it here. Oh, gotta scroll up here. Delete. Oh, it's so easy to screw this up. Alright, that's all that. So mouse controls are now out. Let's go back to 2. So we got to set up the gamepad stuff. So honestly, all the gamepad stuff is good up till 9, right? Yeah. So once I get to 9, then I gotta get all the gamepad stuff. Alright, at 9. So to cut out the gamepad stuff, I really need to just change this to equals 1. I think. It can also equals 4. What's easier? Saying if it doesn't equal 2, or if it just equals 1? Or if it doesn't equal 2 or 3, but it equals 1. Well, let's just get the gamepad part first, right? All the gamepad stuff is from here up to there. So all this has to go from choice controls 3. Oh, and this. All that goes. That'll make it easier to see at least. That's all that gutted out. Now to just have this part at the top. If it does not equal 2, I could just say n does not equal 3, I guess. That's the easiest way to do it, because I just copy pasted on the end there. If it does not equal 2 and does not equal 3, yeah, sure. Oh, I added this here. I wasn't supposed to do that. There we go. Okay. That should be all of that done. Okay, I think the draw event's done for all of them. I think I can test without any problems, and I should see what I'm supposed to see. It's just that none of the step stuff's gonna work, but I don't think it's gonna cause any crashes. Let me test. Alright, the keyboard, we see everything, and it's actually enter, escape, space, escape, WASD, space, control, shift, pause, left control, up, left, down, right. Okay, all that's right. Go to mouse. Whoop, there we go. Confirm is left click, cancel is right click, shoot is left click, pause is middle mouse button. And then gamepad, we have confirm is whatever that one is. Cancel is that one. I'm gonna use PlayStation. So confirm is X, cancel is circle, shoot is square, pause is start, and then up, left, down, right. All that's good. And then it's not displaying any of the right stuff, and it's not displaying any of the bottom stuff here. So all that's correct. Now I just gotta get the steps to work. I do kind of feel like I want to make draw buttons for the rest of the gamepad stuff. Just seems weird to say start when I could just draw pictures for them all. I might end up doing that. It's not too hard to change it. We'll keep the keyboard stuff being like this, because I think there's not really a better way to do it other than to draw every single button on the keyboard. I could do. Then it would look nicer. It would also be centered. I don't know, I might just draw every keyboard button. The good thing about doing that too is I can just use the same stuff I draw for the rest, other games, for Gazzard. So I kind of just want to draw all these buttons. Like I can just change the hue of it for other games or something. I don't know. I might do that. I might draw all the different buttons. At least for the gamepad. Maybe for all of it. Then that whole thing I did with the script. Oh, but yeah, the reason not to do that. I remember I completely blacked out that, but if I want to change the languages of everything, keeping it like this would be a lot better. Gamepad makes sense because like I can just draw gamepad buttons. Start is usually like an arrow facing this way. Select is usually an arrow facing that way. And then triggers and buttons shouldn't be too hard to do. If I draw like, I don't know the best way to do triggers and buttons. If I draw like the triggers and buttons, all 4 of them, and then just like highlight the one that is actually on, I'd have to condense it so it kind of fits in a square. I don't know. I'll think about it. But everything worked fine, so that's great. Okay, now to do the step events, which is going to be way more complicated. Go back to 1. And actually, I'm just going to go ahead and open up every step event because we're going to end up doing that. What I should do is just make the step exit if the button's not going to be used. That makes a lot of sense. Then it's not actually like using any of my performance. Seems like the simplest way to do it too. So I just turn it off for the ones that's not actually active. Alright, but first, what needs to change? Let's figure that out. Alright, so state equals main, all this is the same. Choice input, it needs to change for all of these. Yeah, there's no getting around that. So choice input, it should only be the 3 that change. That's probably a good place to start. Let's do Control F. Choice input. One, two. Oh, there's a choice input there as well. Oh, but that's not equals 0, so that's fine for all of them. Yeah, I just need choice equals 1 and choice not equals 1 to change to what it's supposed to be. So that's the first thing I do. Alright, so 3 changes on all of them. This one's 2, 2, roll, 2, and 3, 3, 3, 4, Okay, all those are done. Back to the bottom. What's next? Those are choice inputs. All this is fine, awaiting, it's all good. Choice controls is fine. Is it though? No. I think this has to change too. Choice controls is either keyboard, mouse. Oh no, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, okay, that doesn't change. Now these will definitely change. I'm gonna skip those for now. Let's do the easy stuff for now. So that's fine. All that's okay. I think that's really all that's left, is changing each of these. Yeah. Alright, anything in here? That's all the same. This is all good. This is all good. Yeah. I really should have got rid of this comment before I copy pasted. Oops. Everything else looks fine. Alright, yeah, I just got to do all the buttons. I'm thinking about just going ahead and removing, like from the top, all the mouse and gamepad options from the top ones. Might as well start there, because it'll make things a little easier. So let's go back to 16. Okay, so 16 to 9. 16 to 9, we don't have any gamepad or mouse. So basically from here all the way up. Yeah, okay, so from 44 to what? Quite a bit. Alright, I think it's 44 to 314. Get rid of it. No, it's gonna be 44 to whatever's under 314, so probably 315. 44 to 315. Alright, 315 is this one. 315 to 44. Not too far. Right there. Backspace. Yeah, looks good. Any errors? Alright. 315 to 44. Make this a little easier to get through for some of these. Alright, and then starting at 8, we just need to get rid of mouse controls, which is somewhere way up here. The mouse is just this little bit here, from 56 to 44. Be the last one. Alright, cool. Now we just got to figure out what we got to change and everything. Which, you know, gets a bit more complicated because, I mean, cancels change into confirms. That's an easy one for the first one. But I haven't really set up the other stuff yet. So I don't really do the cancels in the next ones. It's gonna get complicated. Alright, so let's just do O2 to start with. What needs to change here? So cancel escape. Alright, so what we're doing here is we're doing cancel escape is what we're actually changing. So confirm enter changes to cancel escape. Alright, confirm enter changes to cancel escape. I should not have done that because now I can't change the other ones quickly. Alright, let's go back. Can we go back? There we go. Yeah, if I do that, I'm going to change the cancel escapes here. I guess confirm enter just changes to... I don't know, what's the best way to do this? Because they're reversing. I could just do like cancel escape 1. Yeah, let's do that. Cancel escape 1. Alright, so we want actual cancel escape to change into confirm enters. Okay. And then... oh, it didn't work because the one... crap, okay. I thought I was being cheeky there, but that didn't work. Alright, confirm enters need to change into... it really doesn't matter as long as it's something that's nothing else. The first word that pops into my head is dumb. Oh no, let's just say goose. Confirm enters become goose. Alright. Now, cancel escapes become confirm enters, so I need to go ahead and do that part first. There we go. These go into those. And now gooses become cancel escapes. Replace. There we go. That reversed them. This is so annoying. But every one of them is going to be unique. So, it's just annoying. That's how it's going to be. Alright, there's cancels left controls in here. So let's grab it. Cancel left controls become confirm spaces. No, they're still confirm. They're still cancel escapes. Uh-oh. Are they confirmed spaces? They are confirmed spaces. Yeah, they should be. Uh-oh. I'm a bit confused about that. So if confirm enter equals our, we're trying to change to the cancel button. So if confirm enter equals that cancel button, change confirm enter to equal the escape button. Oh, that's right. If confirm space is this cancel button, yeah, okay, so all that's right. And then we're setting confirm cancel as the new button, change it. Okay, so that's all good. And that should be everything I need to change. This is only going to be like this for these two, or these four. But the gamepads as well, oh my. There's also mouse buttons. So many places where I can screw this up. Alright, Control F. So any cancel mouse rights need to become cancel mouse lefts and vice versa. So I need to do this. Any confirm that becomes this. Oh no, it's in here too. Oh no, I didn't even pay attention to that. Because the globals also have those buttons. I've got to go all the way back now. Nope, not that far back. Yeah, I didn't think about this. The globals also use those. But we're back to the start again. Where are those globals at? Oh, the globals are only for the mouse, right? I don't think... I'll just have to look at each one of them. Alright, let's look at confirm enter. Go to the next one. Alright, I only want blue confirm enters. If I ever see a purple one, something's wrong. Is it just these couple ones? Okay, that makes it easy. So I think it was right. These confirm enters turn into, I don't know. I need a better thing. Let's just say, what's something that won't appear? I guess goose is still good. I can't think of anything better. There we go. All the confirm enters become goose. Alright, so we want all the cancel escapes. Let's look at all these real quick. So it should just be, oh, it's just these couple. That's good. Make those become confirm enter. And then gooses become escapes. And then finally, cancel controls. Just those ones. These ones become confirmed spaces. Alright, and all that's good. The mouse one is the one that I have to be careful with, because mouse left, mouse right is actually used in the rest of the code. Okay, so confirm mouse left. Maybe I'll just do this like one at a time instead of all at once. So confirm mouse left needs to become cancel mouse right. So that one's fine. That one's fine. Anything blue is fine, but this is not good. And these are the only two left. Okay. Ah, but I should have changed it to a goose. Shit. Alright. It's because this would be so much easier, but it's because I'm like swapping them makes it hard. Alright. Confirms become gooses. Ah, fuck. Did it again. Okay. Right, now the cancels. Become that. Is that it? Yeah. And then the gooses become canceled. God, I hope I did that right. Yes. Okay. Now I gotta do everything I just did there, but with gamepad stuff. Luckily, the gamepad stuff does not appear other places, so I can just use the replace all. Alright, so we'll start with our confirm gamepad A. These turn into gooses. Okay. And then whatever our cancel button was, this one, cancels become confirms. Okay. Now, gooses become cancels. Is that it? Did I do it right? Should be only those three. I think that was it. That exchanged all of them. And it shouldn't have broken anything. Oh, that's a big if. Because if I broke anything, it's going to be a hell of a job to repair it with all this crap. I think we're good. I think I did everything. So that's one done. They'll get easier the higher I go. And especially when what they're changing into is not something that's already in there. So I think this will be, this one and the other one beside it will be the hardest ones. But after this, it should get easier. Alright, next one. So this is 3. So we want to change, honestly, these cancel escapes and cancel left controls aren't going to be a thing. My ears are killing me. I'll take this off. I'll do it the old-fashioned way on the shoulders and just crank the volume. Alright. 9:30. Still got this. Alright, so what do I want to do from here on out? I think I actually want to go and just do the 2 that are beside. Because, like, I want to get the confirms and cancels done first. And this one is not a confirm or cancel. This is an attack and pause. And they're the same, right, where they alternate as well. No. The attack and pause up, left, down, right all exchange with each other. That's going to get really complicated. I think I need to just gut out all the stuff with the exchange and do them separately. Alright, so what are the side ones for confirm? It's going to be 9 and 10. So 9 and 10 are basically what I had, but things are changing. So, okay. Oh man, this gets confusing. I feel like I should just go through it and do it one by one instead of trying to do this replace thing. I don't know. Probably easier still to do the replace. Alright, so 9, we're trying to change confirm. Confirm enters are the default. We're trying to change these into confirm spaces. But we want to change these to gooses to start with, so we don't mess up everything else. So gooses eventually have to go to confirm space. Let's get everything else where it goes before that. I think. Trying to think about this. Alright, it shouldn't matter. Confirm enters are gooses. Gooses is the end result. I just gotta remember that. Alright, so we want to change cancel escape should become confirm enter still. No, that's not right, because these are honestly the cancel escapes and the cancel controls are all the same here. That's right. The confirm space needs to change to confirm enter. So this is this, and then this is just confirm spaces. Alright, confirm spaces turn into confirm enters. And then gooses will turn into spaces, and then that will be it done, I believe. Alright, let me just go through that, because I think that is right. This is the space one. This is the second confirm. So if it's cancel escape, or if it's the same as cancel escape, we're swapping the escape with the new space. And then same thing, cancel left control with confirm space. And then confirm enter is swapping with the confirm space. And then confirm space is what we're setting. So yeah, that's all good. And then there's no mouse or gamepad on these ones, so these are the easy ones. Alright, now to do this though, it's going to be a little different. Is it though? This one's cancel. Yeah, okay. So this one is... Alright, first, let's just do the easy part here. Confirm. Confirm enters. Turn into gooses. Gooses the end result. Alright. Alright, so we want to change the cancel escape and cancel left control into confirm. So copy this, paste here, cancel escape, copy that, paste here. I did that backwards. No. Cancel escapes turn into enters. Okay, and then cancel left controls turn into confirm spaces. Okay, and then gooses, geese, turn into the thing we've been trying to get to, which is cancel left control. Okay, let me double check that. So we're setting in 10. This is cancel left control. If confirm enter is cancel left control and swap. If space is cancel left control swap. And then if confirm, oh, this one's wrong. This one's supposed to be if cancel, yeah, I must have done this wrong. Cancel escape. So this is turning cancel escape into cancel left control. There we go. So yeah, confirm enters become cancel left control, confirm space, confirm or cancel escapes, and then cancel left control is what we're setting in the end. All right, that should be good. So those 4 buttons are now set up correctly. So that's all the confirm and cancel ones correctly work. I kind of want to just test that now, because I don't think anything else will break currently with my code. There's definitely some dead spots that you can get into. Which I haven't really thought about. But they're pretty easy to do. Like here, it's basically what's in the draw event, but it's draw event, so 1, 2, 3, 4 is always in, but 5 is when we start getting exclusion. So if this, let's just go ahead and do this at the top of the step event. Don't want to destroy, that's important, but right here. So if choice controls does not equal 2, no, if choice controls equals 2, exit, because this one shouldn't show up. Alright, that is true on top of all of these, or at least on top of these couple buttons. So, let's do those. That's less script that we're running. Now, here's where things change further. It's basically this, but there's also an and here. If that and UI if it equals 2 or 3, that's the gamepad. This is all the new stuff. It's not and, it's or. If it's one or the other. I did that in the draw event, didn't I? Oh, yeah, that might cause an issue. Actually, does that matter? And or here? If it does not equal 2 and it does not equal 3. Oh no, or wouldn't be right for this, but I think it is because I'm not doing not equals, I'm doing and equals. Or if it equals 2 or it equals 3. Oh, okay, this is right. It's just because of the way it's worded. Alright, that goes in the top of every single one of these so that those scripts don't run. When they don't need to. Alright, and then I should be able to test this out and at least see the confirm and cancel buttons working. And I shouldn't be able to interact with any other button. Let's try it. Also, I'm just thinking about it. I totally. Oh no, I didn't. It's fine. The keyboard. I was thinking that I didn't do the gamepad for the other ones. That's because the gamepad doesn't work for the other ones. All right, options, controls. There they all are. If I go into keyboard, all this is still fine. If I go here, all this works. That's good. You want to try my stuff? Huh? Why is it going from 1 to 8 here? It's supposed to go 1 to 16. So that's a mistake. I can't actually get to the side ones. Okay, I'll have to check that out. That's part of keyboard. What about mouse? Oh, this one's going through a lot more than it's supposed to. I'll have to look at that. At least the mouse control's working on it. Yeah, I need to make sure you should be able to select this stuff without having to select one on the side. Right? Or without having to go further in. I'll have to set that up as well. All this is working now. Okay, so let's try changing. If I change this enter to be like escape, then this escape should turn into enter. So yeah, okay, good. And then back the other way, yeah. All right, now if I make this enter be left control, that one should change. Yep, cool. All right, same deal here. Oh, and then if I do space, yeah, good. All right, now I'm gonna try this for all of them. So enter, space, and then escape, space, left control, space, that works. This one is enter, escape. Oh, escape actually backed out. Oh, that's aggravating. I can't actually select escape anymore. That's a problem. I wonder if that one's still like active or something. Well, the part that I was checking is working correctly. It's just I haven't properly turned off my buttons. Honestly, that shouldn't have happened, right? I can't even like back out anymore. Right, something's broken somewhere. Getting really complicated. So that, I know there's some stuff that I haven't done yet because I've been avoiding, and I feel like that was a result of something I haven't done. Where the escape key selected something, but then it backed out at the same time. I'm going to ignore that for now. Let's continue doing the rest of these buttons. We'll address that separately. Alright, so that was all the confirms and cancels done. Now we've got to do... how do I even start with doing the other buttons? So I think the way I want it to happen, confirms and cancels swap with each other, but the other buttons, they all swap with each other. So it's going to be way more stuff that I have to do. Right, because I don't want... Right, is that true? Yeah, that's true. I don't want any of these next couple buttons to be the same as each other. So yeah, these buttons have to swap as well, and that's a lot more swaps than what we were doing before. I gotta think, how do I go about this? I think it would be better if I get out, I got out like the swaps that we have, these couple, and we just leave the one swap, and then I'll figure out all the swaps later. And for now, yeah, if I cut all this stuff out, I mean, all this is the same. I should just copy paste the new code in with all the corrections. Let's do that. Okay, so I'm gonna get rid of all this stuff because that needs to be redone for all of them. And then what I'm gonna do, these, I don't know what they're supposed to be yet. So I'm gonna leave them blank. That way I get errors, I know I need to fix them at some point. Alright, and then this is the actual thing that needs to change each time. Because that's the actual button that's being worked on. So I think I copy all this like that and then paste that in. And then I just can change the confirm enters to be what they're supposed to be. And it'll be a lot simpler. So let's start with that. So that starts from here and goes to there. Is that right? Yeah, it goes to global controls active. All right. It was 8. Okay, 9 and 10 I skipped because those are good. Honestly, are 9 and 10 actually done? I feel like they are. I've made all the changes that actually need to happen to these. So these two I can just close so I don't accidentally make changes to them. Because I think these two are done. So 9 and 10 should be fine. Start from here. Okay, so I should have 2 errors in all these. And then we skip a couple. Alright, so this is back to 3. This is where we're starting here. Alright, so every confirm enter just changes to what it's actually supposed to be. So let's do that. Copy, Control F, Control V here. Okay, so this one is the third one, which is attack space. All right. I should do what I did last time. before I go all the confirm enters and get them ready to be replaced. So it's just a little bit easier. Oh, cool. So all that, now I gotta go replace them. Back down to 3. So we did 3. 3 was attack space. 4 will be pause escape. Be up. Left. Also, I didn't get that. Get this. I did this one right. Yeah. Alright. Next one. This is 11. 11 should be up, right? No, it's attack shift. Alright, that should be good. Now to figure out how to replace them all in the most efficient way. Honestly, I think this isn't that hard to do. Basically, I just need to set up every button and delete the ones that aren't actually going to apply, right? That seems like the easiest way. So basically, I just paste everything in and find the one that I've actually got, which is would be like, in this case, attack space. And I'll delete that one. Oh, but then I gotta put attack space into the side here for all of them. If I leave it blank, then I'll know to do that. Also, I don't quite remember what it was actually supposed to be. Let me look at that real quick. Oh, this is the draw event. Alright, so it's supposed to be the first one is why do we have 2 confirmed spaces here? That's not right. This one's screwed up. This one's for cancel escape. So I had confirm enter, confirm space, and this should have been cancel left control. I must have messed this up. I need to look at all of them now. There we go. Alright, because we're swapping left control with escape. That might be what broke it last time. Yeah, let me look at, I mean, the ones above should be fine. I already closed them too. I think this was the only one I made that mistake on. But who knows? So let's open 9 and 10 again. So this is cancel escape, cancel left control, confirm enter. Okay, that's right. And then we have confirm enter, confirm space, cancel escape. That's right. Good. Okay. Go back to this. So for these keys, it's really just I need to do every single key, but I leave the thing that it turns into blank. So, alright, the first key that I would do then is attack space. So it's attack space, attack space. This one needs to change, but this one is also attack space. And this one is attack space string. And the only thing I'll have to change is what goes in here. And I'll have to erase the one that is the same. So technically this one wouldn't be in here because we're already doing that one. But I'm going to make all of them so I can figure this out. So I need to copy this and do it for every one of them. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got 12 of them. Okay. 1, 2, 3. These are all the things it needs to check and swap with. But I gotta change all the stuff to be what the new thing is. So, alright, we got attack space. We need, let's see, I could just go through it like attack attack shift. Yeah, let's do that. Copy that, paste, paste. Just double click this, paste. Alright, so that's all the attack stuff. And we got all the pause keys. Pause, escape, copy that, paste, paste, there, and we can do this one, but change the back to be pause, double click, copy, paste, paste, change this, do that. This one needs to change to up W. This one. Do up arrow. Next is left A. Nope. It might be easier to just do that. Type string on the end. Okay. This one will be left arrow. Copy, paste, 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 string. Down, S. Copy. Oh shit, I shouldn't have copied that. That's fine. Copy that, paste, change that to right arrow. Now copy, paste, 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 string. Cool. Alright, that's all the things. I'm actually thinking I'll just go ahead real quick and put Goose here. And it'll just be easy to replace Goose with whatever by double clicking it instead of trying to click inside of here every time. Alright, so I changed the attack space and all this, right? Yeah, since pause escape. Okay, so all I gotta do is replace the little bit that I got with all this. Actually quite a lot of stuff. Copy that. Right, so replace these with that. Not that one. This one with that. Alright, and now we got the one that doesn't belong. So this one's right arrow. We just go grab this part and cut it. Okay, this one is going to be down arrow. Then we'll cut down arrow. And we've got left arrow. Up arrow. Pause. Attack shift. Right D. Down S. Left A. W. This one should be attack space. Yep, attack space. Alright, and that should be everything here situated. Now I just change every goose into what it's supposed to be, which this one is attack space. So let's go ahead and do this part where we copy that, find and replace. Luckily a lot of these are actually already open. Just replace these with Goose. I hope the correct thing is actually already in there. That would be great. It might be if it was the last thing I did. Let's find out. If it's right arrow, then that's correct. Yeah, that's right arrow, so replace them all. There we go. This one should be down arrow. Yep, replace them all. Just keep checking. Be left arrow. Yep. Up. Pause, pause. Attack shift. That's it. All the replacement stuff should be done, and everything else on the keyboard should be done. Now we gotta change the mouse stuff for all this. That one's pretty easy. Should be. Did I? I didn't. I did the confirm already. Right. This one goes into cancel, so yeah, that's true. What about this? I didn't do these ones. So this one doesn't go into confirm, it goes into whatever the other attack mouse left. I'm just going to do these ones separately because it shouldn't be that hard. And attack and pause can't be the same thing, so this needs to change into pause mouse middle. There we go. And that should be it. For the mouse there. And the other one's the same thing, just the other way around. This one. So we're going to change into pause. So these confirms are pauses. And then these cancel should be attacks. There we go. And that should be it. For the mouse controls, gamepad will be more difficult. Yeah, because the gamepad I need all the swaps as well, don't I? No, I've already done all the swaps for everything, haven't I? Because gamepad I didn't want any of the buttons to repeat, so they should all be good. I just got to figure out what actually changes on these. Alright, gamepad stuff. I'm gonna save real quick. Okay. Oh no. Oh man, this will get crazy. Because this one's just doing cancels and confirms. Oh my god, we've done this right. You know what, I'm gonna go ahead and test everything else though. As long as I don't use the gamepad, everything else should work fine. Alright, so all the keyboard stuff still looks good. Go here, go to confirm. Alright, so these ones should all swap with each other. I've already tested these and they worked. But let's check these. So if I change this space into W, then this W should change into space. Yep. Okay. If I change this to space, then it should swap. Yep. Oh, right. There we go. Space. Oops. Space. Honestly, as long as I keep going through them and they always change to the one before, and it's working. Yeah, cool. And these ones are just kind of its own thing. Oh man, this one, something's wrong with this one button. Or I just never moused over anything else. Because that happened again, and I didn't even click anything this time. There we go. Seems to be working now. So if I click on like this one and then mouse over, oh yeah, okay. That seems to be the problem. I can still mouse over things. I thought I fixed that. Maybe I never thought of it. Yeah, I can still mouse over things even though I'm currently waiting for the next input. Yeah, if not awaiting, then change the choice input. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here, because the waiting's definitely on if it's flashing, so you shouldn't be able to go to other ones. Oh, I know. If any of them is awaiting. Right, I need to change this awaiting to be on something else so that they all share this awaiting thing. That'll fix it. So, yeah, waiting needs to go somewhere else. They can't have their all... Okay, I think that would fix it. If I just put awaiting on like the options window instead. Where's the thing for this? Events. That's weird. Alright, so this one. Creation. So this awaiting that I have is false. So I'm going to take that off. I'm going to throw that here. Right, and then I should be able to remove this from all of these, but before that, let's go step. So Control F, we want to replace awaiting with UI options window awaiting. Okay, that should fix that. I'm gonna do this for all of them. Kind of aggravating. I need 9 and 10 here. This might not even work now that I'm thinking about it. I'm still going to continue doing it, but yeah, it's just gonna screw things up. Now I think, oh fuck, it's not even gonna work. I've almost finished it though. Let's screw up all the way before we fix it. I think what I needed to do see, the reason this won't work is now they're all awaiting, right? Because of this. So that's not what I wanted to do. I just wanted to add a thing here to where there's an options menu version of awaiting, and then I need to turn that off so that they all have a thing for that. So I kind of have to go Control Z on everything here. Yeah, I mean, easy enough to fix, right? Just go back, click on it, Control Z. This one wasn't done? What happened to this one? How do I go forward again? Why wasn't this one done? I must not have clicked the button. Damn it. This one needs Goose to turn into whatever it was supposed to be again. Alright, Goose needs to turn into this. There we go. This one. Yeah, this one's good. Yeah, I must have just missed one. Damn. Alright, that's all of those. So, I had kind of the right idea. The part that I screwed up is this one. Instead of looking for awaiting, I need to look for this part. Alright, so we're going to see if the options window's awaiting for this part. And then we got to set up when the options window changes. Yeah, okay, I think that'll fix it. So I got to go through all these and change just that part. And then I got to insert the new thing in at some point. I can double click this. What happened? There we go. Go to the bottom, scroll over, double click that. Yeah, what the hell? Why does it keep doing that? When I click on it, it just goes back up a bit. Might not finish this tonight. It's actually taking a very long time. Alright, that's all that one, but it's not quite done yet. So the other part here is I need to set the thing to true when this one's set to true, which is just in this one place, right? It's also going to be where they're selected. Okay. For now, let's just do this equals true. Copy that. Actually, I want to get rid of this, I think. So what I do is I go like that and copy. Alright, so we find the thing there, and then we go grab this and then paste. Yeah. Grab that, paste. Alright, now we're going to do that same thing, but wherever it equals false, which is actually quite in a lot of places. I wonder if there's a cheeky way to do this. If awaiting equals false, can I do this? If I did that, and then enter, I won't do it. I was hoping I could like snap it in there. I mean, I could kind of snap it in there if I make a space here, or if I just don't. Oh yeah, that's going to apply it to the end of this one too. Kind of not ideal. Alright, I guess that's not going to work. At the end of every awakening, awaiting, I need to do this. But they both get reset back. It'd only be these ones next to control active. There's a lot of them. Alright, I'm going to be doing this for the next couple minutes. There was probably a better way to do this if I'd have thought about it ahead of time. In fact, if I did this, it'd be a little faster. Okay, do that again. I mean, it'll get easier once we're not doing all the gamepad stuff. Because that's the majority of it. But that's like the first 8 buttons. We're going to end up changing all these anyway. I'm going to start swapping other buttons. So many places to screw this up. is the last one. It's got gamepad controls. Go a lot faster because it's just the one now. There we go. That should have fixed all that problem. So the awaiting thing will set for each one individually, but it also set for the whole thing as a whole, so that the other ones know that they should not be doing anything at the moment. So there might still be some problems there to where I can still click on other things. I think that might happen. But if I click on this one, I shouldn't be able to go to anything else. That's good. But if I click on something else, it might actually activate it. Doesn't seem like it does. I think it has to be selected to get activated. So let's just go enter. I think it's working. Oh, I pressed left control, so it went back out. Yeah, I still need to fix keyboard controls. But we're almost there. Okay, gamepad controls. I just kind of got distracted for a bit there. Oh, we're at 5 hours. Okay. What's got to change with the gamepad controls? There's only 8 of these to change. For like the way I set everything up is probably just really not going to be great for this. So what I did is I checked every single button if it gets pressed, and then I did the swap part or the change. So everything is its own little thing, basically. Which is easy when it's going from confirm to cancel, or cancel to confirm. So the first two will be easy to do. But after these, I've got to have all the other ones be their own thing. Which means I'm just adding all the crap in to every single one of them. Oh, but doesn't it mean if I change what I need to change, the only thing I had to do after that is change this face part. Or yeah, change what's on the end here. This changes here, but everything else is basically the same. So I think what I do actually is just remove everything besides one. We get everything in that one set up correctly and then paste it in. It would be faster to do it that way. In fact, I should just remove everything from all the other ones. I should do the 1 and 2 because those ones are correct, but everything else is it's totally different. Alright, so 1 and 2. what changes with these two? And have I already done it? Because I've already forgotten. So here, this is confirm, goes to cancel, and then we're setting up the confirm. So that's not right. This needs to be reversed. But this is easy enough to do because I just say I want confirms to turn into gooses. And then I want copy cancels, turn into confirms, and then gooses turn into cancels. And that should have fixed all of this, so it still works fine. Because we're just swapping them. Oh, my hair. Alright, so these two should be fine. It's the ones past this that get annoying. So I really should just gut out the entire thing and start from scratch for all this choice 3 stuff. So from 117 to okay, 117 go to the bottom here. I think it's this one. Probably. Yeah, I didn't want to get rid of that one, I don't think. I screwed up. 117 needs to go to 388. 388, 117. 388, 117. Alright, if I close all that, we're left with what we started with. Alright, 388, 117. This one's different because we got rid of the mouse. Alright, that's still keyboards. We need now it's 104. Alright, so to one indent. 104 to 135. 104 to 135. 104 to 135. Four to 435. 375. What? Oh, 377. Wait, is it 375? Okay, 104 to 375. I don't think I said this right thing. 104 to 375. $375. So all those changes I made really were unnecessary. Awesome. There's a lot of wasted work. Alright, that's all the ones that have gamepad controls. Now we need to do the new gamepad control and copy it as many times as possible. Alright. So it's just like this. We're gonna copy this into here. Alright. This is for phase one, but some of this is going to change. Also gonna have a lot more other things. Oh man, why is this so fucking crazy? We're just getting started on it. Because we kind of got to do every single one just like we did before, and then get rid of it, and then do that for every single one again. There's gotta be a better way. Probably is. But I don't know what it would be. Alright, so the best things to change here. Like if I make these different words, it would be easy to replace them later. Let's start with that. So what would this one be? This is GP. The GP is always there. And what this part is, let's just do animal names or something. So this is horse. Alright, so phase one needs to be GP horse. Because we're going to change it all at the same time. GP phase one equals GP horse. Okay. This part, this changes every single time, right? So, okay, I know goose is always the thing we're going into. So your goose. Goose is confirm Gamepad, which is only there, here, and here. So if I change gooses into what we want, if I change horses into the buttons we want, the only thing I need to actually change is what each one of these is, which needs to be just every single button. So I just leave these blank. Because those are different no matter what, and there's no real way to copy and replace. But I only had to do it one time, right? No, I had to... Yeah, I don't even know. No, it doesn't actually, the horse thing doesn't even make sense. Yeah, no, it doesn't. But alright, so there's 5 here that need to change. Yeah, because these all change right now, I'm going to copy and paste this. So I might as well just say phase one, update it as I go. I can't really use find and replace here. The gooses definitely change though. That'll save me at least a little time. Okay, so this needs to be copied for every single button. every single action. No, every single action that's not a confirm or cancel. But that's still 12 actions. It's the same thing I did with the keyboard, but I'm doing it for every single one. Yeah, no getting around that, I don't think. All right, copy this. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, that should be enough to do every one of them. A lot of face 1s to change. Actually, I should just go through it and just don't do the replace all. That would probably work. All right, so all these are just all the actions. So the first action, oh, you stupid thing. These are gamepad actions. Oh, there's only 6 of them. That's right, there's no doubles, so I made too many of these. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These go. Alright, there's only 6 that we're actually working with. And the 6 actions are attack, gamepad X, and then I just copy this and paste it here and there. Oh, this one's not right. What did I do here? I think I didn't put the window part on the front of this. And it should definitely be on the front of that. Like this. So I need to do that real quick to everything. Right, yeah. I don't know why this was working before, but this definitely needed to be on all these. Yeah. Oh man, that's every single one too. Ah. And there's no way to quickly do that easier. Wait, no, there is. If I grab this whole thing, and then I do this whole thing, because that doesn't actually change, right? And then I replace each of them. Did that work? I think so. That's a lot faster. There we go. Do that again. Alright, so this changes to this. Okay. So I was putting this attack in goes into 5 places. It goes here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. What's the 5th place? Was it just 4 places? I guess so. Look at this one. Cancel. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I guess it's 4. Alright, so that's attack. Okay. Kind of on the right track again. So this one would be pause, G-pad start. And we copy that and put it here, here, and there. And the next one. Up, G-pad, up. And that's it. Wait, what about right? I think I'm missing one. I erased one too many. Is that not right? It's right, G-pad right. There we go. Alright, that's all the buttons. As long as we change Goose and the face one, should be good. All of that is just for doing one check. That's nuts. Alright, so I actually have to do that same thing for every single check. Yeah, every single button needs that done. Alright, so that's 4, 8, 12. It's 12 plus 16. That's 16. 4, 4, 4, 4. Alright, yeah, there's 16 buttons on a controller. So is that right? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. That's right. One thing I want to change is at the end here, instead of this being a 6, I want this to be something that I know I need to change it to be the correct string. I could just leave it blank, which should just leave, yeah, an error so I know about it. It seems so ridiculous doing it like this. Make this huge. If I do this 16 times. I kind of have to do it for every button, and if I want to exchange for every button, I got to do those 6 times for all the exchanges. I think I'm going to be removing one for all of these though, right? I don't really want to commit to this just yet. One thing I should do, I haven't done this in a while, but make a comment separator. But I know, because otherwise it's going to get really hard to tell what's what. I'm going to erase those later. So gooses will always change to what the thing is, and I'll do that after I copy and paste all this. So we're checking for face 1. And then all the things we're swapping. Okay, so the thing I would get rid of is anything that's the same as goose. So if the first one, like this one's attack, I would just get rid of this top one. That's because there's no reason to check for attack. But I'd have to get rid of this top one for every single one. I might be able to do find and replace. I don't know if that'll work. It might just be a lot of work. Now I gotta update this string for every single one. I gotta update this for every single one. Okay. We go 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Wow, this code just got really big. Alright, starts here. So the parts I need to change are the GP face 1. Let's go Control F. Grab this. Paste it. Copy it and paste it in there. Replace it with GP face 2. I need to go to the correct one. So this is face 1. And the first one I want to change is that. So, no, the first one I want to change is that. There we go. 2, 2. Alright, now we're changing it to face 3. 4. And then we're going to pad up. Down. That's most of it. Now we got the bumpers, so what are these? I have these written down at some point, I think. I guess not. GP. I wish a little thing would pop up here. I gotta type it here. GP. Oh, it's shoulder. Shoulder L. Oh, B. R. RB. Alright, now it's select. Start. And I think it was stick left and stick right. Yeah. Cool. Alright, next thing to change is really just what the thing actually equals, which I don't remember. But it would be anywhere there's a error, so here. But I can just follow along here, I guess. So we want, close this, go find face 1. Face 1 is 6. Face 2 is 5. Face 3 is 7. Face 4 is 4. Pat down is 2. I did them in a different order. Okay, what's pat up then? Pat up is 0. Down is, I've already forgotten. Down is 2. Left. Left is 3. Right. One. Alright. Select is this. So I'm doing shoulders. Alright, shoulder L. I don't even remember which one this is. This is left bumper. And this is left trigger. Right bumper. Okay, all that done. All right. So the next thing should just be changing the goose and cutting the one that the goose is, and then it'll be done. Alright, so I can now paste this whole thing. So from here, down, down. I think it's to that one, yeah. Copy and put that all into these. All right, yes, it is with the space. So Control V. Go to the next one. Alright, and it's just for those 8 buttons. Okay, now, gooses change to other things. Let's start with 3. So goose, in this case, equals... Alright, so this one, it was confirm gamepad, yeah. So this one should have been cancel, but I haven't even done this one correctly. I thought I already set this one up. What happened? Did I do the wrong one or what? This one's confirm. This one's confirmed. That's not right. I really thought I did this already. Didn't I swap the cancels and confirms on this already? Guess not. What are you doing? Apparently not, because this should definitely be cancel. So let's do that real quick. Alright, so anything that is confirm. I didn't copy it. Anything that's confirmed needs to change to goose. Anything that is cancel turns to confirm, and anything that is confirm, or anything that's goose turns back to cancel. That should have done it. Let me look at it real quick. So now, starting at the top, so confirm, confirm to cancel, confirm, confirm, cancel, cancel. Yeah, that should be all good now. I really thought I did that already, but I've been doing so much stuff, it's hard to keep track. Okay, good. Now this one, it's basically what I just did. I'm just doing the next thing. So, okay, the next thing here is attack Gamepad X. This is what we're trying to turn into. All the gooses turn into that. Here, all the gooses turn into pause, gamepad, start. And the next one, number 5, should be up, gamepad up. And then we got 6 should be left, gamepad left. Alright, so that's all those buttons. Now I just, whatever it happened to be, this one's gamepad right. I need to cut every gamepad right out of this. So this is attack. All the gamepad rights will be the bottom ones. There we go. Right gamepad right does not need to be in here. So cut that one. That was only the bottom one. So, wait, did I get rid of the wrong thing? Yeah, here we go. Right. Gamepad right. I gotta go past the green. And then get the next part. This is start. Why is this not right? Shouldn't this be right? They're all start now. Have I screwed something up? No, I did them all in order, right? Okay, let's go back. Okay, so all these are stick R. Does that mean I just get rid of this whole string? That would be a lot easier if that's how it works. I think that is how it works. Like this whole thing just needs to go. Because we're not checking for stick R. That's like the whole point. Okay, cool. That makes things easier. I thought I was just grabbing a piece from everything, but it's actually just take the whole chunk off. It doesn't apply. So, okay, that was all right, gamepad right. This one will be down, gamepad down. So all these are stick rights. Oh no, did I get rid of stick right here? Yeah, these are all stick rights. 8 is supposed to be... I feel like, no, I'm doing this wrong. Yeah, I'm doing this wrong. That's not right. I want to get rid of these ones. Right, gamepad right. So this is what I was doing, and I got confused. So what went wrong up here? Because I remember seeing everything was the same up here. It looks like it's all different. I don't know, I got confused. Whatever, okay. Back to this. I was right. So, right gamepad rights in these strings needs to go from all of these. This one, all these right gamepad rights. There's 16 of them to do every time. It's gonna take a while. Yeah, okay, I was looking at this part over here, but I should be looking right here. Need to look at the blue. Wonder if there is a faster way to get rid of all this stuff. Maybe. But I don't know if there's a way to do it without screwing everything else up. I'll give it a shot. This is right arrow. Okay, so we've gone past. Good. Okay, so that's all the gamepad rights from this one. So this one would be down, gamepad down. Starting from the bottom, all these would have to go. Can I copy this and search for it? I want to say probably not. No, it doesn't take that big of a thing. It would be nice if I could just take everything that looks like this and delete it. But I think they might change per one. I don't even know if that would work. Alright, I'm gonna just do it the hard way. So everything that is gamepad down. Not too hard. Tedious. I could really see myself screwing something up with all this monotony. back into keyboards. Okay. We only got to do a couple of them, 6 of them. So, you know, that's something. Alright, next one is... So that was right down. This one will be left. So all the left gamepad lefts. Okay. Next one will be ups. Okay. Now we're doing starts. Yeah. Getting this haunting feeling that I've done something wrong. I'm gonna keep going. No, that's right. It should be right. It's because I don't have all the buttons that I'm looking for. But it looks weird. But yeah, there's only the 6 buttons. Probably could have named these something different. I just want the button name to be in there, or the default button name. It does make it a little confusing. Okay, and this should be the last one. This one should be all the attacks. Attacks Gamepad X, so the top ones. It's kind of annoying. If I did from behind the if to this if. There we go. Roll up like this. Is that it? Finally done with that. Okay, cool. I can test that now and it should work. I hope. So every one of these buttons should automatically replace with the others if I've done this right. Let's see. Alright, 3. But I have to use mouse controls, that's right, because I haven't set that up yet. Alright, go to Gamepad. It's still got everything selected right here. I go into here. Now, if I click this, alright, so confirm and cancel should replace each other. So if I did cancels button, which is that one, it did not replace, so I've already screwed something up. I wonder why. Okay, so confirm and cancel did not replace. That sucks. What about this one? If I pick this one, oh, is it because I'm not using the mouse? I don't know. If I click this one and do that, they still didn't replace each other. Oh, and the cancel actually goes back out. Okay, let's go into this one. Let's try these ones at least and see if they worked. So if I do start, that one should change. Alright, so nothing fucking worked. Great, awesome. That's the worst result. Nothing's replacing. Alright, let's find out why. Well, the easiest one to figure out would be the cancel. I figured that one would definitely work. So why doesn't this work? Oh my god, that was a lot of work for it not to work. Alright, if choice controls equals 3, if you press the face 1 button, if UI options window cancel keypad B equals the face 1 button, then cancel Gamepad B equals our current Gamepad A, and then global Gamepad button equals our cancel, which is now this, and then we're going to find the string and apply that to the string of the cancel button. That all makes sense? UI options confirm Gamepad A now equals this button, and then confirm string equals 6, which I know this stuff is working because the thing's changing. Flash awaiting, this awaiting, global controls turn back on. When I change this cancel one to be whatever the confirm one is, the cancel button, which is this one, should update. To the cancel Gpad string or the sprite, and that applies whether it's on or off. And it's definitely been updating otherwise, so why isn't this part of it isn't activating? Alright, let me test again, because I'm looking at it and it should work. So just singling this one out entirely. If I go to cancel and set it to face 1, I'm gonna do that. Options, controls, gamepad. I'm gonna change confirm. No, I'm gonna change cancel to be face 1, which is that one. Okay. Now if I go to confirm and I click on, I change the confirm to be anything, right? Okay, now if I go to confirm and I click on the face 1, the cancel should invert, but it doesn't. So, the fuck? I really thought that would work, and now that it doesn't work, it screws everything up. GP face 1 is that number, that huge string of number, 32,000 something, 769 or something. So if cancel equals that big number, all I can think is this is never true, and that's probably what's going wrong. And that would be in here. We're figuring that stuff out here. This is a gamepad thing. So cancel keypad equals key cancel the gamepad thing, so that should be that big number. Well, only other thing I can think of, I haven't done this in a little bit, but start using these draw things again and see just what's going on. So what I want to know, there's two things that I need to know here. I need to know what is GP face 1 and what is UI option. Well, I don't even have to do that because we're actually in it. So what is cancel Gpad B? these two should be the same when I make them the same. Let's start with that. All right. Okay, here's the big numbers we've got right now. I don't know which is which. This is phase 1. So this would be the current cancel, which is phase 2, or I think this is B. Yeah. So this is phase 2. This is phase 1. If I go to options, go to controls, go to gamepad when it loads, go to, okay, I want to change the cancel to be the bottom one. So it should go to 69, the top number. Yes, okay. Now when I go to confirm, I can change this thing to be like whatever, it doesn't matter. It's got to be something different. Alright, so now that it's that, we know that the cancel is this number because we can see it. So when I click this and I set it to be that same number, that one should change to whatever this one's number is. This one's number is whatever the Y is, or that top one. So they should exchange numbers, but they don't. Oh, well, they do, right? The number did change here, but it just didn't update. This is just the permanent thing. Yeah, so the number did change, it just didn't update here. Okay, that's something easier to solve. So why isn't it updating? So the update part should be just part of the draw event. Okay, so you're drawing. Let's start with the active part. Okay, if the string equals any of this stuff, which is technically true, then you're drawing the gamepad, and we're using the cancel string. So I guess the string is the actually not getting updated. Maybe my script thing that I was running isn't working. Am I even using the script? Didn't I get rid of the script? Is that what's going wrong? Because I feel like I got rid of, no, I got a gamepad string. It definitely works when you start the thing. Maybe it's just not set right and it's picking the wrong one. Okay, let me look at this. So we want to look at, I guess we're looking at one still. Right, so when this swaps, this thing swaps, now we got this new thing. This is the new big number. We put gamepad button equals the big number, and we're going to find the string, and then the gamepad's string equals this new string that we just found. We find that string using this. So if gamepad button now equals 362, the global string should now equal 4 when it runs through this. Which means this string should be updated to be the number 4. So I don't know what's going wrong, because it's definitely working if it gets the correct things the first time around, right? Because otherwise, how would this thing know what string that it would be? So I don't know why it's not working. It's working here, but it's not working in here. Script find gamepad string. Script execute. Global string. I'm just thinking, like, did I misspell something, or is this gamepad button, gamepad button? That's all the same. I think I know what it is. It's because this is pressed and not direct, isn't it? No, I don't think that would be true. Right, because when choice 3 is on, it's just waiting for any press. So if you press the face 1, then it will set this stuff to face 1. So yeah, it wouldn't matter. And then change to face 1. Maybe these strings update because of this. Is this whole thing even redundant, like necessary? Now that I think about it, it is, because I don't know what it actually was before. That's why I need this to find what it is now. I guess the other thing is I just want to see what the string is. When we're looking at everything else, we might as well see that as well. Actually, I don't need to know what face 1 is anymore. So let's see what the string actually is. Alright. So we should be able to see what the button is and what the string associated with it is for the cancel button. Alright. So the string for this button, cancel, is 5. I wonder if that's even right. I guess it's right. I mean, if I go in here and I go to controls and go to gamepad, this is the cancel button right here. So this must be right because it gets the 5 from that. We go in here and we change this to this one. Those numbers should change. So this is 69 and that one's now 6. This one's 71 and 7, 2 and 4. All right. Really weird. Alright, all that worked the way I thought it would. This one now. So if I change this, both of those numbers should change. Okay, only one of them changed, so everything's working up to the, yeah, the whole script running. Maybe, at least we've kind of narrowed it down to it's just this little stage that does not work. Even though it does work when I'm doing it here. Like, when I do it here, it works. But when I do it here, it does not work. All I can think is I've done something wrong here. Grip, find, gamepad string. Global gamepad button. This is what it should be changing to. It should be changing to 4, but it stays at 5. Even though this does change. So if this changes, and the gamepad button should change to that, then it should return global string equals 4. And once that happens, cancel gamepad string should equal 4. I don't know why this isn't working. That's the worst type of thing when it should work. I think is my... Okay, let's just try some bull and just say cut out the middleman without actually erasing anything. Let's make it equal to 4 and see if it would just work that way. Hello. We're not even close, but thanks. I'm trying. It's not going right. Alright. So currently at 5, the goal is to change it to 4. Controls. Gamepad, okay. So if I change this to that, oh, I haven't clicked on it. There we go. Alright, so if I click on face 1, this should update to 4. It still didn't. Oh, it's because, no, if I click on... Oh, I see. No, it's because I haven't updated this one to be this. It's now 6. Wait, it's 6. I might have just the wrong numbers, and that's what's wrong. Okay. It still didn't change to 4, though. Because this is the one I'm editing. And I'm saying if you press face 1, which is what I'm pressing, I mean, it doesn't change no matter what button I press, so... Actually, it does change. Yeah, it changes when I press the bottom one. You can see the number it's assigned to changes, but the string doesn't change. So the string should update to 4, and it's not. Okay, so it's not just the script that's going wrong. Because, okay, make sure I'm doing this right. If gamepad, check, controller, face 1, that's what we've been doing. And this part is working, so it is updating what the new thing is. So this number updates to what the other one was. It sets this global gamepad button to equal this, which really doesn't matter at this point. But it should set the cancel gamepad string should now equal 4. I wonder if something else is setting it back to what it actually is. Or maybe that's what's wrong. I don't get it. Is it the little change that I made up here earlier actually just broke everything? So this one is face 1. If it's confirm, then confirm goes to cancel. Button equals the new confirm. We check to see what the confirm was. Set the string to it. And then cancel is now face 1. Cancel string is now whatever that is, which is 6. It's just so damn confusing. It would be something else if I know that it's running through this part of it because the number changes. I don't know why it's not running through this part of it. Even when I manually set it and I skip the whole script part, this should still change. It's gonna be something stupid, I know it. At this point, if I haven't figured it out, it's because I typed something wrong or I just ain't seeing it. Cancel gamepad B string. Cancel gamepad B string. All that's right. And then in the draw event for this, it is cancel gpad B string. Cancel gpad B string. Cancel gpad B string. Yeah. Okay, well, let's do more experiments. Alright, so we know that this is definitely activating because that's changing, so let's just throw it here and see if that'll change it. Like the goal here is to get the cancel button to change to 4. Honestly, I should just change it to start or something, then I'd know for sure. But then I'll know when it changes to 4 because it says 5 here. That 5 needs to change to a 4. That's the goal. Just not changing to a 4 ever. If I went to here and did this, now it's a 6. What is 4? 4 is this. It should change to this. Yeah, so it changed the number to the correct thing. It's just still not updating the 4 part. Oh, I think I know what it is. I just thought of it. This is supposed to be UI options window. That's what it is. Oh God, I can't believe it was that simple. Of course it is. Okay, so here's the problem. Let's get rid of all this. Oh man, that's an annoying fix too. This was what I was supposed to do. That part. I forgot to do that part. Holy cow, I've got to fix that for everything too. Ah, fuck. But, I mean, at least there's a fix. I should at least look at it that way. Oh my goodness, there's no like easy way to fix that either. I just have to go through and paste this into every one of these little instances where I see global string. That's a lot. Oh, fucking L. What are you doing? Trying to cheer me up? It's not gonna happen. I just gave you like a dentist strip. You should have good smelling breath. Why is your breath so stank? Alright, at least I solved it. I can't believe it was that. I noticed that like before on something. I just keep forgetting the windows. I really should have just made globals or something for all this stuff. It gets too complicated. Next time I do UI, I gotta remember everything becomes a fucking global. I don't give a fuck anymore. I'm a little ticked off about this. Okay. Is there an easy way to do this? I feel like the thing changes every single time, but maybe not. If it doesn't change, then it'll be easy to do. And is that anywhere else? Like this one's got it. I think it was just in the gamepad. I didn't update it, or I didn't add it, and then I copied it, not added like this. Okay, it looks like I might be able to use Control F, grab this part, copy, paste. All right, so where are these things? It seems to be only in the ones where it's changing. Oh, wait, that was a different one. Oh, crap. That's the one that I've already done. Okay, good. So I should be able to take this and replace it with that. Right? Just don't do that one. Do this one. Okay. That's all of that fixed. And that means it's going to be wrong in every single one of these, because of course it is. All these confirms need to turn into what they need to be. Alright. But I think these two buttons are going to be really easy to do, because they're basically just this. Alright. So replace that. That one. Yeah. I'm not confident enough to hit replace all just yet. There we go. Alright, so this one's all good. But how hard are these ones? Because these ones have a lot more. So let's start here. So yeah, everyone that's got a pause, whatever string, or an up, yeah, I gotta change every single one of them. But from what I've seen, once I find it, I can just replace it immediately. So this might not be too hard. It's kind of annoying, but because I can use the replace all, it shouldn't be that bad. I just have to do this at the front. Alright, and if I go replace all, it should just work. Okay. And now I do this same thing, but now I do the next one. So copy this, replace that, and replace this part, and replace all. Okay. Next. Place all. Yeah, okay, this ain't too bad, but I gotta do this for every single one. What a stupid mistake. I knew it was gonna be something stupid too. Usually it is, if you get that far. Is there any more? Is that it? Oh yeah, I guess there's only 6 buttons and I'm only going to be changing 5 of them each time. Okay, let's do that for all of these. So this one, I'll do that. And then we do that again, but we put the window in front of it. Option. There we go. Replace. Looks good. Next. Place. We can do it. We're almost there. I want to finish this tonight. I'm not going to get the saving part of it done probably, but we'll get the key binding part done at least. Which is honestly the hard part. Alright, I think that was all of it. Looks like it. Okay, next one. I'd like to start at the top. Wait, is this one correct? This one's correct. No, this is keyboard. That's why. God, I did do this right. Yeah, I think I did. This part. Copy, Control F, Control, oh, there you go. Control V, and then do place. I might have done the wrong one on the last one. I don't remember doing the whole thing. Might have done like keyboard stuff or something. Let me make sure. Right gamepad string. Alright, I think that's right. Down gamepad, left gamepad. Yeah, okay, I did that one right. Did I do this one right? This is gamepad, gamepad, gamepad. Okay, good. Those should all be good. Now we're on 5. We just did 5. We're on 6. Make sure we're in the gamepad part. Grab this. Copy. Put there. Put there. Add the front. And then replace them. Then we go next one, copy, paste, paste, place, copy, paste. Alright, that should have been all those. This is, no, 2 more. That one, copy, Control F. There. Go. Place. I'm starting to have a weird stomach ache. That's not good. It just appeared out of nowhere. I'm starting to get that like sick feeling. That's not good. Why am I feeling sick all of a sudden? I've just been sitting here for hours. I don't think I've eaten anything weird in a while. I haven't eaten anything in a while. Maybe it's gas. Could be. I'm getting older. Happens a lot, actually. That's the last one. And then this mistake will be corrected. Alright. And that should be the end of it. Okay, let's test again. It should work now. Oh, my stomach. What's going on? I mean, my chest hurt earlier. But it wasn't like stomachache kind of chest pain. It was more like just soreness. Not stomachache. Okay. Alright, all these are still the same. So if I change this one to be the cancel button, they should swap now. Yes, they did. Good. And then they should swap back, bam, and then if I go to like anything else, it doesn't really matter as long as it's not. As long as it's anything but cancel. Okay. Now, let's do the cancel one. If I do that, yep, they swap. I do that, they swap. I know that it goes back out. That's a problem I'll figure out. Alright, now all these should swap with each other. So if I did like up, this one will go to this one. Yes, okay. And if I went to like down, these two should swap. Yes, good. If I did like, I don't know, at this point I'm just going to do start on all of them and see if it does change. Start, start, start. Start, yeah, and they're all just kind of like moving up. Ooh, that one crashed. Oh, one of them's still goose. It doesn't know what goose is. Yeah, that would be a thing. Let me fix this. There we go. One of them's still goose. What did I do? Button input 8. This one. I didn't update the goose. I must have typed it in, but I didn't, yeah, I didn't actually do it. As one does. Or maybe I just like hit the back button too many times sometime. Alright, so what is this thing actually supposed to be? This is number 8. This is supposed to be right gamepad R? Did I not do right gamepad R? This is down, so that's correct. Yeah. I don't know, I must have gone back one too many times in this one, because I feel like I did do that. Alright, so replace all those. That should fix that. And this one, the right, I did get rid of it because this is down. Right's supposed to be below it. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. That's a weird one. I even like replaced this and I never noticed a goose steer. That doesn't seem likely, but it's possible. I've done really dumb things. I have to accept that sometimes. I don't know. I think recording myself helps me realize the things that I missed too. Because I can always look at the recording and go, yeah, it's right there, you idiot. I've seen it so many times, I have to assume that, yeah, I'm missing a lot more than I expect. Okay, so, I mean, that should fix it. I'm gonna go through all of them again, just make sure there's no more crashes, but I think I almost did them all, and that was the only one that crashed was the last one. Let's just make sure. We're going to change all of them to start. 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 Alright, all that worked fine. It constantly like cycled down the different things. Cool. These ones, did I do these right? Yeah, it's been so long. I forgot what I did here, but yeah, if I go right, ooh, that didn't even work. Oh, here we go. Yeah, that works. Okay, there's something weird with the mouse control there. Alright, I'll have to fix that, which I guess that's the next step, right? Because I've done everything else. I need to get these keyboard mouse controls actually working correctly, because I've kind of like skipped parts until I had everything done. But let's do that. So I've noticed sometimes, I think the first one is if I press right mouse button, it actually cancels out. Or if I press, okay, let's not even worry about like, let's just get mouse working. So this one, it doesn't really matter. I want this mouse menu to work first. So if I click on this and I press right mouse button, it's actually gonna like cancel out. It doesn't cancel out here. But if I go to this one and right mouse button, it does cancel out. So something didn't update correctly between these two. This one doesn't cancel out. That one does. Weird. Okay. It's very odd. Okay, we're just gonna concern ourselves with mouse controls for now and fix that. I don't know why that's happening. Because they're duplicates of each other. It shouldn't be happening. Mouse stuff. Mouse stuff is actually pretty small. It's just... I mean, what is actually changed in these? They should all be the same, so I don't see why they would have different results. Alright, this one's mouse stuff is the same as this one's mouse stuff. Red equals false, red equals false. Controls active, like it's all the same here. I might have changed the bottom of it on accident. Voice controls equals 2. Voice controls equals 2. Right, okay, maybe the problem is with how this works. So if confirm mouse left equals... Nah, it shouldn't change anything. The control should be off. So when I set the controls to true, ready goes to false. I wonder if I just like invert these two. But anyway, I mean it exits before it does anything. So, shouldn't matter. Alright, let's go to the bottom. So with the... Actually, there's nothing about canceling in here. Oh, before it was because I had my mouse over the button. And that's why it was different. Let me check that, because I wasn't even paying attention to that. Yeah, that's right. I don't know if I fixed that before. I thought I fixed that. To where if the mouse was over it and you pressed it, maybe that's what it was. Not gamepad, mouse. Alright, so in here, if I do right mouse button, it sets it and it's all good. Go back to left. Now if I do right mouse button while my mouse is over top of this, it's still fine. So I'm not really having any issues here. And if I hold the mouse button, it's still fine. And if I hold it here, it's still fine. Okay. So if I go here, right mouse button, it just exits. Why? And then I change it, and then I click over here. It still exits. Okay. There's clearly something wrong, but I don't know what, again. But everything I know, if I'm pressing the right mouse button, none of this is... Okay, the part that was, yeah, this ready true part. Oh, I think I might know what's going on. Because, no, I'm not actually changing this global yet. So the left mouse button is always the confirm button until you save it, which I don't have yet. Alright, so if left mouse button and you're not ready, ready equals true. And that's it pressed. And that's to stop another press from happening. Like too many things in here now. Alright, so is this one still the same? Or did I just change that on accident? No, it's ready true. Confirm mouse left. Oh wait, maybe I did change this on accident. These are both confirm left. These are both confirm left. Waiting ready true. All this is the same. All this is the same. Okay. So it's not that. Find the mouse controls again. Here. And I did check this and all these were the same. Outside of the swap there. If mouse button does not equal 0 and choice controls equals 2, cancel, mouse right. Flash, awaiting false on both of them. Global controls active equals true. Ready equals false. Exit. They are identical. Why did they behave differently? Explain. There's probably a reason. Like, it's very weird that it is specifically 2 of the buttons are messed up and 2 of the buttons work fine. So there's got to be something. Look at it again. Alright, so this button, I can press right mouse button and it totally is fine. This one, I press it and it exits. This one, it's fine. This one, it exits. And then just to do it again, fine, fine, exit, exit. It's like guaranteed every time too. Wait, I might have found it. So I select this and I right click here. It goes to select it. Wait, I think it's got something to do with the way I was selecting buttons before. But if I click over here, that shouldn't matter at all, right? It just exited. Seems pretty consistent that 2 of them work and 2 of them don't. Alright, let's try looking at the other 2 buttons. Well, at the bottom here, on both of these, we've got if release and check, if check, ready, true, not ready, ready, true, confirm, deconfirm, pressed and released, enter, awaiting, ready, awaiting, awaiting, true, true. Controls faults on both of those. The whole mouse enter thing is all identical. Yeah, that's all identical. Voice input equals 3. Equals 4. That should be 2 and 1. Okay. From what I see, everything is the exact same. I'm gonna go find mouse controls. There we go. Alright, so mouse button does not equal 0, mouse button does not equal 0, and UI window voice controls equals 2. Okay, both of those are the same. If attack mouse left and mouse button, if attack mouse left and pause middle button, so attack and pause, this is pause attack. It's all the same, just inverted. Flash 0, awaiting faults, faults. Controls active is true. Ready equals false. Exit, exit. They're identical. Okay, the only thing I think is maybe it's part of the options window then. Because if the code's identical, it's got to be in here. But this shouldn't change anything, honestly. So we are going to be in controls mouse. Right, we're in controls mouse. If we press the cancel button, which is the right mouse button, state equals controls, choice action equals 0. Oh, we're not even in this one, we're in input. So, here we go. If you press the cancel button, If you press cancel button and you're in 2, state equals controls, mouse voice input equals 0. So yeah, this is going 1 to 12. I don't know why. I think that was supposed to be 1 to 16. Why did I do 1 to 12? I don't think I just didn't update this yet. Technically I need new numbers for everything. But I wonder why I went with 12 as a default. Maybe that's just what I copied? But none of these are 12. Why would I copy in the 12? Did I just miss... I must have just mistook 12 for 16. There are 16 buttons. So whatever I did here, it was supposed to be 8. And 8. And 8. 8. 8. 9. Alright, I know that's not going to work for all of them, but it will work for the big one. But that's still not what I was trying to fix. At this point, I don't know what's going on. Like, none of this actually makes any sense. Because if I turn the controls off, like the right mouse button should never, cancel should never go to 1. Doesn't matter what's going on. I can't explain why it only happens sometimes, but not others. It's exiting. All I can think is it's not exiting properly. But here it's exiting. False. False. And then if it turns awaiting to false, it should never go back through this, so nothing will change there. It should run all the way back down. Past all this crap. And then it should get here and see that it's not ready. So you have to press the button to actually set it to ready again. Okay, maybe that's the problem. Yeah, okay, left mouse button was to stop it from clicking twice. I never actually set up anything for right mouse button. Maybe it's working fine before. Okay, I think that might be it. Because I need to do something for right mouse button. I think. Doesn't quite make sense, but maybe that's what's going on. I think this is just because yeah, okay. Maybe that is why. Not gamepad, mouse. So if I go to confirm, click on this, right mouse button, left mouse button. It still doesn't quite make sense, but I really don't, because it doesn't make any sense. They're the exact same code. All I can think of is just to add the right mouse button in as a thing. So it doesn't go ready. I've been working for too long. It's getting harder. What I'm worried about is I could get the right mouse button working, but if, like, the whole point of this is to change the right mouse to be anything else. So I need to where everything, I need a solution to where none of the buttons will activate anything until you've selected your mouse thing. Yeah, what I was thinking is, okay, the left mouse button has a thing to stop it from activating automatically, but the right mouse button doesn't, and none of the other mouse buttons do, for that matter. But it's not actually the right mouse button, it's whatever this key is for confirm. There's just nothing for cancel. I mean, is it really as simple as this? I could try this. I don't think this would matter because technically ready's not ever true anyway. I mean, I didn't need to do it that way, but I could have just tacked that on. As a, or if that or that. I'm just gonna try and see if that actually fixes it. If it does, I'll reword it. Nah, it doesn't. It's so consistent. It just drives me crazy. It tells me there's something obvious and I'm missing it. Because no matter what I do, two of the buttons work perfectly and two of the buttons always cancel out. The left click works perfectly every time. The middle click works good every time. I don't understand. Like, isn't this technically impossible? If I don't press the left mouse button again, ready never actually comes back to true. Yeah, so this doesn't matter at all. It's all in the way I deactivate the controls. I deactivate the controls when I left click on this and actually turn the awaiting on. But yeah, the controls active gets turned off. And that's the same on every single one. Global controls active gets turned off. So that's what would disable the right mouse button. Okay, go back to the mouse controls. The controls get turned on here, the ready gets turned off. I'm just gonna try this now. At this point, I'm just shooting in the dark until something works. Just swap those two. Still closes out. The other ones still work fine, but this one closes every single time. Yeah, guaranteed. So that doesn't matter at all. Okay, the way the cancel button works, is it a press or is it a direct? Decancel, mouse check, button. Maybe I'm just using the wrong one. It's supposed to be pressed. Right? If I was using key cancel. Also, what the hell's happened here? Oh, okay, this is the wrong one. Keep going. There we go. If I was using cancel instead of cancel pressed, maybe that's what's messed up. Okay, so back to UI options window. This is cancel pressed. All these will be cancel pressed. Okay, so back to here, we're using cancel pressed. Cancel mouse right. Button pressed. There's nothing weird there. Like all my UIs worked fine up till now. could do something more drastic, like, okay, let's just say, wherever this is. Oh wait, this is one. One, I don't care about this one. Okay, let's just say this. Global, key cancel pressed equals 0. So now it can't go off. Maybe. I don't know, let's try that. I don't know why that would work, but whatever. No, it still doesn't work. Okay, the first one works every time. The second one fails every time. Third one works every time, no matter what category I'm in or whatever. Doesn't matter. Which is just crazy. Okay, I'm gonna have to do something more extreme to make sure that there's a little delay before controls active turns back on for this one. I don't know, yeah, fuck it. I'm just gonna do whatever it takes to make this work. We don't have a timer, so let's do timer equals 0. This part we're gonna go copy, get rid of this, timer equals 10. And then, I don't care, at the bottom maybe, under this, if timer is greater than 0, timer minus, and then if timer equals 0, oh wait, no, if timer is, if it's greater than 0, minus, oh, and then say the thing that we wanted, this. Else. I don't care. I just want something to turn the controls back on. But the timer has to count down before it turns back on. This isn't gonna work though. Oh, I need to add in the whole awaiting thing. If timer is greater than 0 and awaiting. Not awaiting. Alright. So if you're awaiting, the timer doesn't even matter. But if you're not awaiting, yeah, you gotta wait until the timer counts down before the controls turn back on. Alright, let's try that. That should make should make like a 1/6 of a second that you have to wait before you can press a button again. it does work. And it's so fast you don't even notice it. Okay, well, it's working now. Can't explain what was going on before, but I'm going to apply that to every button now. The other thing though is, I think that only applies to mouse controls, right? Like nothing else will have that issue because you can't use the mouse on them. So you won't be able to cancel out. So I only have to apply that to the buttons that actually have mouse controls. Because yeah, it doesn't matter what the keyboard one you got, you can't use the right mouse button to do anything. Okay, yeah, let's do that to all these so at least they're uniform. And then test it extensively to make sure I haven't screwed anything up. Honestly, that doesn't even work the way I was thinking it was going to work. Because if it's greater than, it's just instantly turning the controls back on, right? It's not even waiting for the timer to get all the way down. It's just like the one little step to get back to the bottom is all it takes to make everything work. Even though this... Yeah, what the hell? This isn't even doing what I'm thinking it's doing. I need to wait until it gets back to 0 before I turn them back on. But it still works. This is baffling. That actually worked, even though all that's doing is making it run through one more step. I don't care. As long as it works, fuck it. Doesn't even have to make any sense. I mean, it didn't make any sense at the beginning. So, why do I care if it makes sense in the ending? As long as it works. I don't even care anymore. Alright, I changed it here. So I just made a timer equals 10. That replaced this part. I remember to do that in the create event on all this too. Alright, let's test that. I don't understand why it works, but it sounds like some weird game maker thing, studio thing now, and it's not my fault. Because, yeah, everything that I just did, which is dumb, but it only just makes it run one more step before it actually triggers, which is enough for the press to stop registering, I guess. I don't know why it was registering on 2 of them, but not the other 2. It makes no sense. Anyway, yeah, that works, that works, that works, that works. Okay, it's fine now. Apparently that's all you have to do. There you go. Stress tested it. It works. Oh man. That one's annoying. Okay. Draw. I don't want to draw this stuff anymore. It's in the way. Alright, what else do we need to fix? So that was all the mouse controls are good now? No, that's not necessarily true. I'm going to open it back up again. Because there's some more mouse control issues that need to be fixed, need to be addressed. And then we'll do the other control issues, but first let's just do mouse. Alright, so the way this should work is you cannot select anything over here until you select something over here. That's just true. You know, you can't click on anything until you click on this. I'm cool with that. But once you open this, you should actually be able to select anything. So I gotta figure out how to make that happen. If you're on the mouse needs to be able to actually select these before you go into them. Maybe it starts off like as default, none of it's selected, so that for your keyboard controls, this is where it gets confusing, because with the keyboard controls you would want it to work the way it is now, to where you have to go to the one you want, click on it, and then go to the side or whatever. Maybe. Honestly, as I think about it, you might just want to be able to go straight over to it. But even if it was, something else that I want to do is if you're on one of these two buttons, this should select automatically with the mouse. Same thing here. So kind of like my sliders work, it should automatically select the category that you're in for the mouse. So yeah, I want this to select automatically if you mouse over it. And yeah, considering the way that the keyboard works, if you were in here and you were going through this, it doesn't even really matter what the left side is selected. The left side's actually completely redundant now that I think about it. There's no reason to even go through these. You should just be able to go through the ones that matter. And these should just select based on what you're in, just to kind of highlight what you're actually affecting. So I need to rework the way all of this works with keyboard and mouse. There doesn't need to be this middle stage. So that's a lot of work. I mean, it shouldn't be that difficult, he says. Like, the whole action step is redundant, so I need to get rid of it when it comes to the window. So the state that is, yeah, we should go straight from, actually there isn't even an actions one, is there? It goes from controls to controls keyboard. I guess it's these controls ones in here that don't matter. I think I can just get rid of all of this. That's a brave thing to do, but yeah. Okay. All this stuff is unnecessary. I'm commenting it for now because I'm afraid to get rid of. Alright, so we're just going to go straight from controls into the input stage. So none of this matters. We just want state equals input. Input. So go straight from there into here. Also, I need the other part here. So I had this whole choice action thing, but that doesn't matter. I just want choice input to equal the first one. Choice action equals 1. Choice input equals 1. Right? Okay, so we're going straight to the input. When we get in there, instead of backing out to this, we're backing out all the way to controls. And then choice active goes back to 0 as well. Is it choice active? Apparently not. Action. Okay. Alright, let's just start with that little change and see what it feels like. And then once I get that, I can just get the action part will just reflect based on what the input is. Here. Right, so we still have all this will work the same, none of that is selectable. Alright, but once I go into here, it should just go immediately confirm enter. No, it didn't. I didn't go into enter. Why'd that happen? Okay, let's try the other one. I can't even go back now. Okay, somehow I'm like halfway in. Or what about this one? Still. Okay. What the hell? What? Is it? It's because I'm using the mouse. Oh, duh. Okay, yeah, I haven't set up the mouse. If I use keyboard, that would have worked, but yeah, that's right. Mouse controls are their own things. So, these buttons are the ones that are screwed. Open this. Go to step. Alright, so these buttons also have to be the same. Yeah, don't go here, go to input. So it's the same thing I was doing before. Am I in the right thing? I think I am. Alright, I think all I need to change here is this needs to change to input. This needs to change to where I need to add choice input equals 1 as well. Alright, I think I need this on all my buttons. I already did that one. Mouse. Alright, now let's test that. I think I just changed the wrong one. Keyboard, mouse, and gamepad. No, those are the ones. Alright, so if I click on this, it should go straight to input. It does. Okay, good. And it goes straight back out. Straight to there, straight back out, straight to there, straight back out. Okay, good. That works. And then the part that I didn't test is if I did that, goes in and out, in and out, in and out. Okay, good. You can't see all that, but it worked. Alright. So, the other part that I want to change then is the way the actives work. So, basically, I think it's pretty simple to do this. Input 1. So I just need to go into the step where I do this like active thing at the bottom. Yeah. When this is true, this is also true. Right? And as long as I keep adding this in to where it goes and making it the same, it should work. I think that's all I need to do to make that work, and it'll work for the mouse or the keyboard. So this one is 2, technically this would be 2. Yeah. Okay. Three. I think this will work for the mouse, it won't work for the keyboard. I'll have to set that up separately. Let's get the mouse working. Okay, so the way this works is now this one's 1. This one would be 2. Three. Alright, and then the buttons that I have deeper in here turned out to be redundant, so I can gut a lot of their actions. But first I'm going to go ahead and just close everything because we've got a pretty messy screen. Give it a second. Another second? There it goes. Whoa! Ah, I hate when that happens. Do another save just in case. Alright. Grab all these. Hit enter. There they are. Alright, so I need to just gut some of these actions. I don't want you to actually be able to click on them because this whole thing is, yeah, completely redundant. So I can just like gut the whole clicking part. The mouse pointer thing's still fine. Actually, is it? I should get rid of all this. Because I don't want you to be able to select it with the mouse. Either. All the changes happen on the right side. So yeah, I think I get rid of all this. We'll test it and see, but yeah, I don't think I need any of this stuff. Was that all of them? Did I see one? Oh, one's there for some reason. Alright, play. Let's test it. Those buttons shouldn't do anything. They're just cosmetic now. So that you know what you're editing. Hello. Ahoy! Hey, Jitspo. You've been streaming a lot, man. I see you stream every day. Oh. I'm trying to do a key bindings menu, and I want to get it done tonight, so I'm doing a really long stream. But it's slow going. We almost got it. Fully support key bindings, yeah. I'm trying to get it to where it has the most options possible, because, yeah, I want to make it accessible. But it's been quite the thing. I'm trying to do like full key bindings for the mouse, the gamepad, and the keyboard. I've never done it like this in depth before, so everything I'm learning from scratch. And then also I'm just doing like all the menu stuff and getting it to look good and behave the way I think it should. A lot of trial and error. I have no idea why we're rebuilding the texture group right now. What did I change that would do that? Maybe when it desynced a second ago? I don't know. Hello! Thanks for the raid. Oh my goodness. 48 people, that's so many people. Hi! If you're here, I am at like, how many hours have I been streaming? I've been streaming for 7.5 hours, so I'm pretty tired, but welcome. Yeah, we're doing key binding, rebinding, options menu, that kind of thing. I've never done it before. Well, I've done it like a very basic version, but it's the first time I'm doing it very seriously. Oh, here we go. I can show it now. Alright, so this is what I've got. This is a title screen. All looks good. The little numbers there is just my XY coordinate to help me for placing things where they're supposed to go. Alright, so doing this options menu in the controls, it's gonna stutter a bit as it loads all these textures. Anyway, I'm trying to set this up to where it works in a reasonable way. I don't know, in a sensible way. So as you like mouse over the different options, it changes what you see on the right, and when you go inside of them, you see the different options and the different things, and then when you go over each one of them, it does swap to what the thing is. So for keyboard, there's two different bindings for both. I made it to where confirm and cancel are kind of like they cancel each other out. So if I click on this, hopefully there's nothing breaks. But if I change this to like P, and then I change this one to enter, or if I change this one to P, this one should change to escape. Yes, okay. So confirm and cancel can never be the same thing. And in that vein, all these ones have to be unique. So yeah, I just considered like these two, instead of doing like a separate menu for UI stuff and a separate menu for game, I don't have that many controls. So I'm setting it up to where those two have to be unique and all these 6 have to be unique. Or these 12 have to be unique, these 4. Alright. But what I'm trying to get is make sure this mouse thing works. I don't know if I like it where this doesn't actually get selected when you mouse over this. I guess it's okay. I mean, this is the important part. Should be fine. Alright, mouse controls. This all works the same. It feels a little weird that mousing over this doesn't change it as well. Maybe I should have left that in to where when you mouse over this, it selects the one on the left here. I don't know. I don't know what's normal. But yeah, gamepad stuff works, so I can change these controls to things, and they also invert correctly. I haven't drawn all the different ones. I'm trying to like set up to where I can do localization in the future. So everything that's text-based, I can change. I don't know. It's hard to plan for something you have no idea how to implement. But I'm trying my best. Anyway, I think this works. I just want to activate this again, I think. Where you can still mouse over. And it selects the one on the left. So there we go. Yeah, that's open dyslexic. Free font you can find. If you don't know. Supposed to be. At least that's what the license said. Oh, I hope that they can't get stuck by making it to where you can never have like confirm and cancel on the same key. Technically you can't, you shouldn't be able to get stuck, I think. And same thing with like all the button presses, they all have to be unique. So I think it'll be fine. Thanks. Okay, so the other part here. I want these to actually be selected again, so I actually need to bring back all that code I just cut out. Go figure. But I just need to figure out, I need to do it differently. I can cut this part where you can actually click on the buttons. Alright, thanks for the raid. I'm probably going to stream for like another, I don't know, another hour or two maybe. I really want to get this done. So I'll try and be entertaining. But like I said, I'm at like 7 hours in, man. I guess I should show the game off while I got so many people here. I'm like fixated on this options menu thing, but I should at least take advantage of this, right? Hi, I'm Colio Wing. I'm making a game called Gravitas. You can follow me on YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, Twitter. What else? TikTok? Yeah, I got a TikTok too. And all at Colio Wing. I'm Colio Wing everywhere. There you go. I've shield. Here's my game. You start it. You go into it. Oh, does it not? Oh yeah, that's right. You can only new game. Okay, there we go. So this is a game based off like the NES Jaws game, if you've ever played that. I know it's a weird one to choose to clone. But the idea is you go into the game, you're this little boat. There's going to be like cutscenes, but I haven't really added them in yet. I've drawn them, but I haven't added them. You've got like this persistent map with like lots of little things moving around, and you know, with like birds and there's little cars and traffic. And the idea is you're like moving around this map, unlocking new stuff, and eventually opening up all these little areas. And the whole time, I have him disabled right now, but there's this alien shark thing that's like stalking you. And if he ever runs into you, he ends up like dragging you into the map. But if we go into a place like the Shallows, we can see kind of like what the gameplay is like. So you got the little scuba guy, move around. And yeah, the idea is just kill the aquatic life, collect stuff. Eventually there'll be like, I'm thinking I might do mini bosses for collecting items. So the idea is to just get some basic loot And then you take that loot back to the dock and you get different upgrades. So you can get, like, for instance, you upgrade to the scuba suit. You don't have to, like, you don't have to worry about breathing for air or whatever. Yeah, kind of works like that. There's different locations depending on, like, how deep in the water you go. I still don't have any of the UI put in yet. I was doing all the options menu stuff before I did that. So that's coming soon. But yeah, you can go to deeper water. I got like a lighting system, which works okay, I guess. Lots of different types of enemies. Oh god, it's gonna get very dangerous because I haven't really done balancing yet. I just kind of like set things at a default value. I was like, oh, I'll balance it later. So things get a little hectic. Save the turtle. And the idea is when you go into a stage or you get drugged into a stage, you're just kind of like trying to survive in the stage as long as you can, get as much loot as possible before the anchor gets to the top, which I think is a little slow now. But once it gets to the top, if you survived, you get to take all your stuff out and go get upgrades and stuff with it. It's just supposed to have like this really campy storyline. I'm very much like channeling NES stuff. I've been playing a bunch of NES games on stream. I want to get that like old-fashioned style of like everything's really weird and badly translated, you know? If you've ever played an NES game, it's like some of the names they come up with and some of the like plots they come up with is really silly. And I just kind of want that silliness. But yeah, you just got like lots of different areas, so different upgrades. You eventually get like a scuba suit or a dive suit, diving bell. Ooh. And yeah, the areas get darker and darker the deeper you go. Ooh. And the objective is eventually you upgrade enough, you visit all the different areas. I just closed the game on accident. Anyway, you upgrade enough, you get enough stuff, you fight the alien. You can't ever actually kill the alien, just like in Jaws. You can't kill Jaws until you have the right upgrades. And then once you have the right thing and you know where he is, you go fight him in his home turf and beat him up. Congratulations. I don't know. It's just a game. A game I've spent the last year working on, and I kind of enjoy it. Yeah, oh, all the fish. So the idea is like this crazy meteor has landed in the ocean. It's brought this alien down with it, but it's mutating all the like sea life because of whatever like particles are in it or whatever. I can show you some of the sprites for cutscenes. I was working on cutscenes the last time y'all raided in here. Thanks for the follow. Right. So yeah, it's like you got these different the fragments are like mutating all the fish, and that's what's calling them to be so volatile and aggressive. So unlike in Jaws, where you're just killing innocent animals for some reason, you kind of got a reason for all these ones. But yeah, this is like supposed to be for the research screen. When you get these different pieces, you bring it back, do a little research on them, get some like lore or something, and see like some little info about each of the different monsters, what's going on. So yeah, that's my game. My plan right now is to finish this UI stuff. I'm gonna make some mini games. I'm doing like a fishing mini game because of course I gotta have a fishing mini game and an ocean game. And there's gonna be like a bombing type game. It's very similar to what was in Jaws. I'm gonna do that. And once I have that and all the UI, I can make some like screenshots, some GIFs, some videos, and then once I have all that, I can make my Steam page I've already like, I've done my, what do you call it, my partner or whatever with Steam, so it's ready to go. I just need the artwork to go with it. But as soon as I get all that stuff, I'm gonna create the Steam page and yeah, please come by and wishlist it. It would really help me out to get visible, some visibility. We've got a small community. How long have I been making that game? Let's see. I've actually done the math. Kind of. So I have worked on this. I've streamed this game for 172 hours, probably 190 hours at this point, because I haven't updated this in a little bit. So it's 190 hours. And I tend to estimate that I do like 2/3 work off stream that I do on stream, if that makes sense. So I think I've done like between 500 and 700 hours working on this game. I hope that's about right. It's hard to estimate, but I think that sounds about right. Target platforms are PC for now. I'd like to get it on Switch. I've heard Game Maker Studio is pretty easy to import to Switch. Plus, I'm doing an NES style game. It makes sense to put it on Nintendo. That would be good. But I have no idea how to do that. So we'll see how difficult it is. My goal right now is just PC. Get it on PC, and then I'll throw it on everything possible after that. Because, you know, I've done most of the hard work, right? Might as well. Okay. I need to bring all this code back real quick, because I did not want to do it quite like this, turns out. Alright. So, I don't want the button stuff to work, so I think I do got this part out. Kind of depends. A lot of that is just I don't have any knowledge of it. I know that Game Maker Studio allows for exporting to Linux and Mac. The big issue there is I don't have those to do playtesting. So I need to solve that problem to make sure that there's no issues. And right now I'm just broke. So I don't know, maybe I'll like figure out a way to like somehow hire some QA, some quality testers to try other systems to make sure there's no issues before I don't want to just throw it up on Steam for those operating systems and they get fatal errors, right? So, I mean, I would like to do it. It just depends on how difficult it is. It might just work, which would be great, but when does anything ever just work, right? So I'm hedging on, we'll see. But yeah, as far as I'm concerned, I would like to put it on as much as possible. I would like to do as much localization as possible. I do know about, I don't remember the name of it. It's called Crowd-In, I think, which will help you localize to other things. It's good for like indies. Crowd-In, yeah, crowdsourced localization. I was thinking about trying that, though I haven't really looked into it, but that would be fun. And if that works, then yeah, hopefully I get it translated into other languages. There's not that much text in it, and there's definitely no like voiceover stuff, right? So it shouldn't be that difficult. Yeah, I feel like, I mean, it would help to have I've kind of like decided I'm probably not going to go with the publisher route. A lot of that's got to do with I have no other games that have been finished, right? And it's hard to get a publisher if you don't have a game made. But also I just don't know if it would be worth it. I don't know. I mean, it depends. If I get a really good publisher, of course it would be worth it. But I've thought about this for a while. I think I'm going to self-publish. But if I did get a publisher, that would be great for like, I'm sure they would have contacts to like other people with more knowledge on um, like exporting your project to other systems. I just don't have access to any of that. I don't know, other than going into Game Maker Studios subreddit and Discord and asking in there. But it's pretty hard to find like information for finishing games. Plenty of information for just starting your game, but once it gets to finishing the game, the information tends to dry up. Yeah, I'm gonna avoid that. That's why I was thinking about the crowd-in thing. I've played a lot of translated games as well that have horrible English translation, so I kind of understand what would happen if you try that. I mean, I could do that, but I mean, for like menu stuff, maybe. I think your translation probably wouldn't be that bad, right? But when it comes to like cutscene stuff, definitely wouldn't work. All right, I need to gut this. Correct? I think correct. I don't need to have mouse check on any of this, so go away. Let's just start with that. Okay, I broke something. I see what I did too. I did not select from the right place. Yeah. Well, I'm part of a really good Discord group. If you're a developer, you would probably be interested in it if you don't know about it. It's How to Market a Game Discord. They're really good. There's a lot of people in there that it's all about like people who are actually, you know, finishing their game, getting it up on Steam. They're sharing their like analytics. Everybody's kind of like helping each other with like wish listing games and how to create Steam pages, and yeah, it's all really great. I totally recommend it. And then the guy who's running it has a lot of really good articles about like indie dev stuff. So it's How to Market a Game. I don't remember how I got into it. Somebody shared it with me, and I was like, "Oh, cool! This is awesome." So I'm in there occasionally. But that's been my go-to source for most of the finishing stuff. You're at the server limit? Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm very scarce. I got like 4 servers and that's it. I used to have a lot more, but I don't like being in servers that I don't really participate in. I just feel like it bloats stuff. Alright. I'm so tired. This is the sleepy stream. Do you have any good recommendations of ones? It adds up fast. I've done like, I don't know. I'm in a couple subreddits, but I find like the subreddits tend to be, it's just people, I mean, you can't blame them, I'm doing it too, but just people marketing their games, right? And then it's like, okay, we're all just marketing to each other. It's kind of silly when you get into the game dev stuff. But, you know, sometimes you gotta be like that. Alright, that's the bottom of that. So, okay. Let me get my head right. What am I trying to do here? I'm trying to say, when you enter one of these, This is still fine. My voice is going out. Other game devs or your private name. Probably not going to be sustainable, yeah. I don't know. I mean, I've been posting to, like I said, Twitter, TikTok, Instagram. I just recently created all that stuff. I've been throwing artwork like crazy every day. You know, not that often, but I do it at least once a day. Try and throw something to get a little bit of a following. So I'm doing at least that much. I think the big problem is mostly in my games, I tend to save like the artwork stuff for later. I don't really like creating a whole first stage, like good artwork and everything. That's a lot of work for a solo dev, right? You can do like basic stuff, but do you really want to share that stuff too? I'd rather just get the game to a point where, yeah, it looks good to share. And for this game, I feel like UI is still really important because most people use the UI as like, I don't know, anytime I look at a game on Steam, the UI is like the first thing that tells you what the game is about, right? What you do in the game. Do I get much engagement? Some, I don't know. I don't know. Like TikTok has been a weird wild card. Some of my posts will get 0 views, and then some of them will get like 200 or 300. And I have no idea what makes them different. Like some of them that I think, oh, this is a nice looking one. It'll probably be popular. 0 views. Some of them look like crap. 300 views. What? I just don't understand it. I don't know. Just the occasional. It's nothing too crazy. Like my streams are usually pretty dead. And I understand why, because I just do coding and animation, which are the 2 most boring things you could possibly stream, right? I've got lots of stuff saved. I've been saving all my VODs to YouTube now. But yeah, I started off a lot of my my last game, Gazzard. A lot of the early stuff, I didn't actually save any of it. I've got some of it. But it is fun to like look at all the progress I made on it. If you go to my YouTube, you can find like I've got Gazzard devlogs. I haven't done Gravitas devlogs. I've been uploading the streams because it's easier and lazier. I'm trying to stream the whole game though. So far I've done Gravitas start to finish, has been recorded. So, well, everything new. Like I said, I don't stream all of it. Okay. This needs to be UI. I guess choice input is just equal to what's the action. But actually, I could just say, it's kind of silly, but this is basically what I want to do. If I do this, I can just copy it into all of them without changing anything. You'll regret it. I had okay, so I was just talking about how much time I spent on Gravitas. Gazzard, which is my first game, which is on hold. But, yeah, I paused on Gazzard because I wanted to do something smaller so that I can finish it. You know how that goes. I think most people talk about that. I started with the dream game, got pretty far into it, and I was like, okay, I need to do something more realistic. So I swapped to this, and I was like, I'll go back to Gazzard later. But I've streamed for about 1,800 hours on Twitch, and about 1,500 of that has been Gazzard. And I've only uploaded I don't know. I've only uploaded 1,400, or no, not even that, 300 hours of Gazzard maybe. So I've lost everything before that. It's just gone. It wasn't saved. I don't know. I just kind of wish I'd, like, I don't have any videos of that early stuff, except for when people like clip my videos. So I just kind of wish I'd gone ahead and uploaded them. Alright, let's copy this. Oh, that was alright. I'm having fun. Background on me. I used to do construction. Made pretty good money. Not just like nuclear construction. So, yeah, pretty good money. But you work a lot of hours. I was working like 72 to 75 hour weeks. Always working out of town because you don't work at the same plant. You have to bounce around plants. So, yeah, always out of town, making good money, but basically my entire 20s has just been me working and not doing anything else. So after a while I just got really burnt out, and I started doing like little arts and crafts stuff again. Like I used to love art stuff when I was in high school, but I just didn't do any of that for a long time. And once I started doing a little bit of it, started doing a lot of it, and then eventually I was like, screw it, I'm gonna try and do it professionally. That worked for about 3 years, and then I failed at it pretty hard because Gazzard's not done yet. So at this point, I'm just like, well, fuck it. I'm either gonna succeed or die trying. So that's kind of where I'm at now. I don't even care anymore. I'm just gonna keep going. This is my life now. Kind of cool with that. Yeah, it was rough. Yeah, like I get the whole saving streams. I'm constantly thinking about like, why do I even put a lot of the streams on there? I don't think anybody would watch like a 9-hour stream of doing key binding menu stuff, right? But I don't know, I get occasional views. So who knows, maybe somebody in the future will be like into this game and wonder about it. You never know. Also, it's really handy for me because I've got such a chicken memory that I'll like have to go back to something and completely forgot how I did what I did. And it's great to be able to go back into a VOD and actually see it and be like, oh, that's what I did. I understand now. Honestly, it's funny. You talk about repetitive strain injury. So I did construction for like 10 years, never had an injury. It was when I started drawing and animating that I threw my back out because I had bad ergonomics. Now I've got like a chair that's, you know, one of those chairs that keeps you upright. And I got a nice reclined desk. But yeah, I thought that was funny. It's like, I can't believe I've hurt myself just sitting at a desk all the time, but that's kind of how it works too. Like it makes sense now. But I remember that being funny. That was like my first big burnout. I was doing a bunch of animation for monsters. I drew this one monster and I ended up hurting my back, and I hurt it so bad that I was just stuck in bed for like weeks. It was crazy. But yeah, after going so long, you know, from working on something, I ended up having so much trouble getting back into it. Constantly talk about like motivation and discipline on this channel because I always struggle with it. I think everybody does. I'm getting better and better at it. But yeah, sometimes you take a big break and it's just really hard to get back. I've had a couple times that's happened. I think I've gotten better and better at staying disciplined. And I've learned the difference between discipline and morale. I've been doing... I could show some of it, I guess. I don't know. I'm kind of distracted right now. It's nice to have someone to talk to. Yeah, let's look at some Gazzard stuff. Oh, it's gonna mess up. Oh, I got gifts. Look at gifts. Alright, here's some of my animations from Gazzard. I'd like these guys. They're just like full screen or frame by frame animations. I did all their different actions like idles and moving around, attacks and deaths. This was the first one I ever did. So you can see like my progress going from the first one up to the last one. This one was so bad, I was like, I gotta redo it. And I kind of like what I did later, but it's still not at the same quality as my later work. But some of my later work, like this creepy lamia, yeah, I got way more complex. These get way bigger and they don't even fit on the GIF, which is kind of annoying. But yeah, I started getting really crazy with my like deaths. Because eventually you draw enough things falling apart or falling over, you like have to start getting more interesting, like chopping heads off and splitting them down the middle. And I've killed all my things in the most gruesome ways, like little zombies and stuff. That was kind of like the whole point behind Gravitas, though, is I was sick of doing big animations like this, so one of my rules for Gravitas is make it small, not too much, because these take a lot of time. But I've almost got like 100 monsters in Gazzard. I like this one a lot. I can't get his head in the screen. That's my animation. I don't know why I did it the hard way. Gazzard started off, I wanted to do ActRaiser. I wanted to do an ActRaiser clone because nobody had done it. And I know that somebody has done it now, even though it sucked. But at the time, when I started doing it, nobody had done it. And I started that, and I was like, that's probably possible, right, to make an ActRaiser clone? But the further along I got into it, I was like, you know what? I'm just going to make a Symphony of the Night clone, and let's go full Metroidvania, because nobody's going to make a Metroidvania in the next couple of years. Yeah, right. God, every game that comes out is a Metroidvania now. That makes me feel really bad, actually. I think when I started Gazzard, like, the only ones out there were, like, Dust and Elysian Toe. There was, Axiom Verge. I don't think Hollow Knight might have just came out, you know, it was back then. But, oh yeah, everybody's done that now. But yeah, I started doing that, and I was like, I just wanted to do, I'm not a big fan of, like, pixel art, so I wanted to do, like, actual frame-by-frame animations to make it stand out. And that turns out to be very difficult. Superhero turn-based tactics game. That sounds cool. Yeah, it's true. I like Metroidvanias myself. Like, Symphony of the Night is my favorite game. So I've played about every Metroidvania. So I'm one of those people as well. Then again, I don't know. There's a lot of them right now. This definitely feels like a saturated, a bit too much. Yeah. Actually, for me, I was doing Gazzard with like I wanted equipment that you are constantly, tell me if this sounds familiar, that you're constantly rotating through. It has durability, it breaks, you have to pick up something new. Same with your armor. And then out comes Zelda Breath of the Wild, and they just made that super popular all of a sudden. I was like, oh, they robbed me. So I was like, now it looks like I'm copying them. Alright, I'm gonna test this because I'm totally distracted right now. But this should work. The mouse enter is all good. This is fine. Let's see how this works. Yeah, okay. That feels a bit better. I don't know. I just feel like that. I don't know. I feel like the whole bar. I don't know. I feel like I just didn't think about this well enough. I probably shouldn't have even made these like buttons. I should have just made them like something else. I just thought that you would go through this, like click on this one, go to the one you want, click on it, go to the next one. But that's like too many clicks, and it doesn't feel good, especially with mouse. Mouse, you want to just go to what you want to change. Click on it and change it, right? There's so many... I've learned so much about UI since I've started this, and it's amazing. When I was doing the art for my UI, I just did this like weird border thing. I had no idea what I wanted to do there. And I remember just being like, what do I do? Like, how did people decide? And then you go looking in games, and it seems like everybody's UI is different. And I have no idea how they come up with their stuff. So I struggled a lot with that. But when it comes to doing the code stuff, for the most part, I can look at something and be like, okay, I know how this is supposed to behave to be a good, you know, options menu. Like when you go into here, you want to be able to click where you want to go. So that's important. You also want to be able to drag stuff. You also want to be able to use the arrow keys, right? And you want to be able to hold the arrow key to actually scroll. So all that makes sense. And then you don't, like for this, you want it to automatically select what's on the left, just kind of based on what bar you're in. Or you use the keyboard, right? So this all still works. I know from playing like Skyrim what like bad keyboard and gamepad, you know, mouse UI is, to where if you go onto something but you can't actually keyboard away from it, or you can't click on it. Well, in this case you can't click on it anyway, but yeah, you couldn't click on it if you didn't have it selected from the keyboard or controller. So that was important. Like, I know how all that works, but it's amazing like how varied it can be. Like there's really, you could do so much with it, and it's kind of hard to know what is right and what feels good, especially if you've been doing it for like 2 weeks straight like I have. But I think I'm starting to get something that I like. I always liked how World of Warcraft had the like screens that, you know, they're like signposts that come out and they drop down. And I think Blizzard's UI design, or their UI team, I mean, if you've ever played Hearthstone, they're just really good at what they do when it comes to UI stuff. So I use them as a reference a lot. But yeah, I like how like windows come in and then windows go out, and then you got a little delete or whatever, and you can close it. And then the way you can like stack things up and close them really fast, go through things really quickly. I think all that's really important. So I just like, I don't know, a more immersive UI kind of thing, which has been quite the hassle, it turns out, to actually implement. I think this is fine. I think it's a little weird that these buttons don't work like every other button I've done, but I mean, they do technically if you weren't using the mouse and you just went to keyboard and clicked on it. Yeah, it's kind of weird. It kind of feels like you have the first one selected, and you would go, technically this one will update later when I implement it, but you would want to go through them. I just feel like the left side shouldn't even be buttons, right? They should just be like choices that are on, kind of like I did here. This is what I need to do. I need to make it like a choice with like arrows and stuff. I didn't even do that. It's like I forgot what I did before, and I just like doubled down on this whole button thing. I really need to change that. I can do like the two arrows side to side on it, so that I'm showing what actual buttons you can press, and then you can go down. I don't know. It's weird. I think I just get rid of the whole button part and make it always active, always white. Or it only turns white when you actually go to the one, something like that. It'll probably feel better. Because I think a button that's actually lit up is something that you have currently selected. So I gotta do that. Consistency. I think, I mean, yeah, exactly what you're saying up there, first impressions. I think if you see a menu screen that actually has some thought put into it and looks interesting, it's just going to make a big difference to like the initial impression that the person who paid money on it is going to feel like, okay, I probably got my money's worth. Let's keep going. Alright, so I guess what I want to do here is I'm going to turn off the whole active part of this and just make it always white and 0 alpha. I'm going to try that. See, I don't want to commit to anything now, which means I don't know. Actually, what I could do is just change this to 0, change it out later, make these always white. Let's just do that as a test so we can see what it looks like. So this is what I want: color white, alpha 0 on every single button. Also, what did I just do there? Okay. And my throat's starting to hurt a lot. I'm not much of a talker outside of a stream. Hurry up and get this done. Alright, let's take a look at that. Talking garbage. For me, I said this a lot, but I treat it like a journal for me. I've been doing the streaming for like 6 years or something. So honestly, I've stuck with it, right? I don't really care about blowing up. So I'm not really doing it for that reason, what I'm saying. So yeah, for me, it's always just been kind of like a way to air my thoughts. And I've found it kind of therapeutic for that reason. So, and you know, I just think better if I like actually say stuff aloud, right? So it kind of like works for that. All right, so they're all white now. Though I kind of feel like they should be gray until you actually click on this. Honestly, maybe they should be gray until like you've highlighted over it. I do like that, like still pops out. It's kind of nice. At least it's showing some sort of movement, and it seems a little closer. I think it just needs to gray out like it was before, but everything about it is still pretty good. And now you're not like confused that this is something you're selecting. It's actually this is what you're selecting, and this is just like what that's doing. I also kind of should move this whole thing over a bit so it's closer, I think. I don't like that. Oh, okay. I was like, why is pause off to the left? That's because it grows. Okay. Yeah, let's gray it again. I tend to like zone out when I do artwork, animation. My animation streams are probably my quietest streams. Just how much can you talk about animation? It's like we're drawing a line, we're drawing another line. Now we're drawing that line in a slightly different place. And I'm gonna draw it in another slightly different place for hours. I don't know. Just like, it's hard, you know, you run out of stuff to talk about when it comes to animation. You only say so much about what you're actually doing, and then you're just pulling from current events, which there can be quite a lot to talk about there. I chose a really good time, for instance, to join Twitter, it turns out. I don't know if you've been on Twitter in a while, or recently, but it's like a shit show right now. I've never used Twitter. I've stayed off of like most social media. I don't even mess with, but I've been doing it for the marketing stuff. But yeah, my first time using it, it's like just getting assaulted with really offensive stuff. It's kind of funny. Mastodon? What's Mastodon? I've never even heard of Mastodon. That's a new one for me. I was just talking recently. I never heard of Ren'Py before recently, though I know it now. It's kind of like a game engine for creating those graphic novel style games. Yeah, I never heard of it until just recently, and then the second I heard about it, I just started seeing it everywhere. Like, crazy how that works. Mastodon. Social network. What makes Mastodon better than, or different from everything else? Or is it just, yeah, why use that instead of all the other stuff? I just changed all these, right? Yeah, test it again. I'm just constantly testing and untesting. Not trusting any of my decisions. Yeah, okay, I think this looks better. Let me show it on stream. So, yeah, everything's grayed out when you come into the window. When you click on it, this actually just turns white, gets bigger. So now it doesn't look like something you actually have selected, but it's just to tell you what the choice on the right is actually doing, which makes more sense to me. Now all I got to do is set it up to where when you keyboard through it, that also happens. And I think we'll be good. I like how the mouse works. I think the only other thing, I don't know if I want to make it to where the mouse, like say you come in from controls and you're here and you go to like, well, I guess you'll have to mouse over it. But if you go to here, but you don't actually click on it, do you want to just go and be able to click on this immediately? I think it's kind of fine it being grayed out. That way you don't accidentally click something and start changing key bindings, right? I think that's worse than having an extra click to actually get to it. So this just stops you from accidentally changing something you didn't want to change. I think that's fine. Now I kind of feel like mouse should have been the third option. It's just kind of weird that it goes like this. It bothers me. I might be dyslexic, by the way. I don't know. I haven't been tested. But I really like this font. And this bothers me a lot. I don't know what that means. Alright, so mouse controls are completely good now. I don't need to change them. The part that I need to change now is keyboard stuff. So let's see where to start there. We go into this. Well, for one thing, okay, when I cancel out, none of the buttons are getting created anymore, so that's a thing. I thought I fixed that. If I left click on it? Okay, left clicking on it works, but Selecting it. Okay, so that's the first thing I'm gonna do. Okay, we got a starting point at least. Let's see. Probably most helpful to think of Mastodon as a network of Twitters, where each instance is its own community, own rules and identity. Okay. The best thing I can relate that to is kind of like Reddit and subreddits, because that sounds kind of similar. It might be different. Sounds interesting. I mean, I'm trying to get on. Is it good to share your stuff on it? I mean, that's all I care about. Can you build a following from it? I found it. I feel really weird like posting or shilling to Reddit, because I use Reddit a lot, so I know what it, like, I don't know, I know what the community's like. So it's really weird. If somebody comes in there and just starts posting their game constantly and self-marketing, that would be weird. But I don't get that feeling from all the other social media stuff I do. I just like, yeah, here we go, here's like a picture every day. I don't care. Because I don't care about the social media platform, right, that much. So I kind of feel like it's actually better for me to use these things solely for marketing and not get invested in them at all. Because then you don't even care. Now, they're a game and game dev Mastodon for people expecting that kind of thing. I might check it out. The other thing is how easy is it to upload from PC? That was one of the reasons I couldn't get into Instagram for so long. Is you couldn't upload, you had to be on your phone, which I thought was weird. But they've changed that recently. I understand that. Okay, I was gonna do keyboard controls, so let's go into that. Look at all these buttons. Keyboard controls is all in options window. I can also safely get rid of all that stuff I commented, because I feel a lot better about getting rid of it, like that was the correct decision. So yeah, all this can go away now, because it's just bloat. Alright, that's cool. I'll check it out. Alright, so I noticed that when I pressed confirm on controls, it did not create all the things I want it to create. Right, so where do I, if I look at the control button itself, that's where I usually, oh my god, look at all this stuff I create. So I need all this stuff to go in here. Right, okay. You make a thread, reply to your own post to make a long chain of replies. Then it shows the first post in the thread. Again, every time you post something. Oh, that sounds really cool. If that's true, I haven't been doing that correctly. So if somebody likes one of your posts, they start seeing all the other stuff you post in that one, right? Is that what you're saying? What I should do is watch like a YouTube video how to like market on Twitter. That would probably benefit me a lot, because I don't understand the platform much. I just know that you can like do hashtags or whatever. And that if you post anything in Metroidvania, there's a Metroidvania bot that will repost everything, which is kind of funny. If your stuff shows up in someone's timeline, it'll be the first post and the most recent reply presented as a pair. Oh, I see. So you'll see the first one and then what's your last thing working on. I wonder how I would use that. So, oh, I know how I could use that. So far, I've been using Twitter. Sometimes I have like pictures to post, and sometimes I have videos to post. And I've just kind of been like, I'll post the picture, and then I'll post the video afterwards with the tags on the video, because I feel like that one's would get more views. And the pictures are just for people who come looking in my channel. But it seems like it would be better if I post a video and the pictures just go in the replies of that video so that they can see both of them. I'll try and do that. I mean, I kind of feel like every time I post a picture, nobody sees it at all. So, no reason not to do that, because I feel like all the pictures I posted are completely wasted. Yeah, I don't have a single like or retweet on any picture, though my videos get some decent traction. There's 15 views on that one, 15 on this one. Got 20, 18. I get a couple. But the picture's all 0, so clearly I need to do something different there. Oh, thanks for the advice. I'll try to do it better. Alright, and in all this. Alright, so, oh that's right, I haven't done the thing with the drawing yet. So this creates all the stuff. When you press confirm on it, it changes the state. That's the action and the input, so all that's good. I don't know why this is in here. Oh no, this is the wrong place. Oh no. What am I doing? Okay, it's easily fixed. Yeah, it's not the controls. This is supposed to be from the main. I don't remember how this works. Alright, if you're in the main state, okay, so if it's confirmed, this is the first choice, second choice, third choice, fourth choice. This is where it needs to be. Oh, here we go. I even made a little note for myself. Look, like past me knew what the hell was going on. Future me's just lost. There we go. This is where all that stuff is supposed to go. No, I get that. I don't care. Self promo. Go for it. Honestly. Whatever. How many people are in here? There's still 20 people in here? All sleepers. Bunch of lurkers. I don't care. I lurk all the time too. Valiant Cheese status. Here, I'll give you a follow. Which will make you my... Oh, cool. As soon as I learn how to do that. More? Follow. Bam. I did it. I'm doing it. I'm using Twitter. I was only following Kotaku before. It was the only one I found interesting. Alright, is there anything duplicated here? All this is good. Yeah, those are the buttons I was creating. This is all the stuff we want. Whoa, I didn't just mess anything up, right? I don't think so. Get rid of that. Alright, now let's test it again. Probably testing too much. I'm pretty sure I don't need to test right now, but whatever. I'm not paying enough attention. So if I test, I'll make sure I don't make any mistakes. Right. Mouse controls work fine. I want to do keyboard controls. Whoa. Oh, the depths are all wrong. Okay, that's why we test. These are all depths -1. Gotta be a better way to do this. I mean, this is kind of fine too. Oops. Alright, there we go. All the depths should be correct now. I mean, I also need to test it so that I can find out what the next thing I'm doing is. Because I've lost track. There's so many buttons. Too much to follow. Alright, so options, controls, brings up all the buttons, that's good. Which cycle through correctly. And then this works. Okay, so I need to do the whole, it's selecting the one on the left when you keyboard through them. That's one thing. That's weird because when I mouse through them, what did I not set up? I could have set this up in a different way where it worked for both mouse and keyboard. I think I did it in the wrong place. Okay, that's something to address. So to address that, it's in the buttons themselves. Did I add this to the bottom of all these? Yeah, I did this this part. Voice action equals 1. On the bottom of every one of them. But I should have put this as part of the active here. Yeah. There's no reason not to throw this up here. Because if it's ever active, the action next to it should be active. I could erase it from here, but yeah, I mean, it would be cleaner. So I need to remove it from there, put it up here. Though this plays repeatedly, this only played the one time. So that is like one extra line of code. But whatever. Actually, there might be a better place to put it at the top, now that I think about it. This one also sets to active. And it only happens the one time. This is where I should put it. Honestly, this whole code right here should have been up there as well. Wow, how did I get so far before realizing that this is all redundant? And it really should have just been in here. Oh man, that makes me want to go through every button and fix that, because it's true, this only runs once. This code down here runs 60 times a second. So completely useless to keep setting the color to see white, the image alpha to 1, and this, and doing this every frame. I should definitely fix that. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. That's gonna take a while. Okay, I think I'm gonna go ahead and accept it. I'm not gonna get this done today. I've only got like 2 hours, and I don't even think I got that in me. Yeah, this needs to go here. So that it just happens the one time. And this goes here. That means this has to be spread out. I can attach it to the back of it, but I just kind of like it out in a line. It's easier to see. Alright, that should be cleaner, more optimized, and it'll do what I'm trying to do here. But now I have to do this to every button I've ever created. Yeah, that works fine. Okay, I gotta do that. And that sucks. Oh crap. Yep, been all 15. Probably disable that little warning. If I click it, I want to do it. What's the most effective way to do this? I guess I just grab this part and put it in every single one. This has to change to be that number at the top. But I don't know what the conversion is here. What's 15 next to? I think I had this written down at some point. It's probably gone now. Yeah. I can just write it down again real quick. Alright, so what? 1 is 9, 2 is 10, 3 is 11. There's all the buttons. Now I don't have to think about it, which is perfect. Alright, so 15 is supposed to be 7. $16 is 8. I don't know why it opens them in random order. It's kind of weird. 12, 4. I'm starting to think this might not work. I did something down here to make some of them not get selected. It was part of this. Yeah, it'll be fine. It should still work. Alright. 11 is 3. 9 is 1. 10, 2. Alright, that's all that. Now we gotta do the bottom part, which I want to go back to 1 for this. Alright, so we want this part. That goes... Alright, so if I erase this, hit enter in there, and that'll work. And in fact, I could do it like this. There we go. Now I just grab this and paste. Much easier. That's the music. Determination. We're in the home stretch. Keybindings is almost done. The tempo rises. Yeah, I think this is what, this is Fire Emblem, right? Pretty sure. It was a good game. Yep. When you're winning the battle. I used to love this song. Oh, I'm screwing up. Supposed to go that way. Most of what I'm doing is just because of poor planning. But I mean, honestly, I got most of my code in before I started like copying and pasting stuff, so I can't argue too much. I did save myself a lot of time, but it could have been better. Like, it didn't help that I did this wrong and didn't notice it until days and days later, and I'm trying to get rid of it now. Cover my tracks. Thing is, that was perfectly fine in the first couple buttons I made, because it didn't really matter. But it really adds up over time. I'm like 99% sure that this will work without any issues, but I want to test it again before I go further along, because I have trauma from doing that before and then realizing I screwed up the last hours of work and I had to fix it all. I don't want to do that again. Let's just keep testing. Quality test, stress test as we go. Less random bugs later on. Alright, I'm going to use mouse and keyboard. So if I go in this, everything should work just fine. Yeah, it's getting selected as it's supposed to, and it's selecting the thing on the side. So all that's working. This cycles through like it's supposed to. One thing I haven't done is I don't have a way to like automatically scroll if you like hold the button. When you have this many choices, it's kind of a good idea. But I kind of like don't care because you can just use a mouse. So, you know, whatever. And it's only, I mean, it's only 6 or it's 8. Whatever. All this seems to work fine. So I'm gonna keep updating my buttons and do that to all of them. Honestly, I'm trying to think like how many buttons do I actually have to do this to? I should definitely do all the actions. I don't really have. I don't know. Screw it. Just do it while we're doing it. Alright, that part doesn't matter, but we do need this part. Alright, this one's a lot shorter. So is it really necessary here? I mean, it's really just moving this part up into there. Because it's a little cleaner. I guess I should have, I don't know why I didn't really identify that later, that when we set it to active, we can just apply this stuff. We don't have to like constantly check if it's active and keep updating it. That's just, that was really dumb on my part. Okay, I'm gonna fix it. I guess I do it piece by piece. I mean, it's the same thing that I'm copying every time. So really, doesn't take too long. Yeah, I mean, at least it's a dumb decision that I haven't done before. The ones that really feel bad are the ones that you haven't learned from. Ooh, thanks for the raid. Hey, Indie Cluster. I got more people in here today. What's up, man? Thanks for the follow. I'm almost done with Keybindings. I'm still working on it. We're close. I'm going on pure adrenaline right now. Yeah, I got all these people. I don't think I have anybody to raid myself. Though I plan on doing this for, I mean, maybe another hour. We'll see. Playing some horror games. Good time to do it. I'm I don't know. I've been streaming for like almost 9 hours now, so about talked out. My throat's killing me. That's that all I had to say about indie dev for today. We talked about marketing for a bit, social media, that kind of thing. Oh yeah, that one's good. All right, so now I can get rid of this part because that's redundant. I'm very proud of myself though. At least I got that going for me. I went from like, I don't know, 3 days ago I was stuck on Vampire Survivors. I was playing it just nonstop. That game is like addictive. And I've already like 100%ed it when it first came out, right? There's just all this new content. But yeah, I was getting kind of like, getting real sad about it. So I did the stream to just kind of like get back into the mode of game dev. But yeah, the last 3 days, I've done enough game dev to make up for the time that I did Vampire Survivors. I feel good about that. Alright, that's all fixed now. Sure. Yeah, this keeps happening. I don't know what it is. It's something with OBS. I'm not muted. It's just the mic for some reason decides, I don't know, like the mic's still there. I just have to like turn it off and on again. But I don't know why that keeps happening. It just started happening recently. I tried getting a new USB because I thought maybe that was it, and that didn't do anything. And yeah, like I said, it's not like the cord's not disconnecting or anything because it's still on. It's just OBS isn't detecting it anymore or something. Really aggravating, I'll tell you that. I have to keep looking at it, but thanks for telling me. I think I've gotten lucky that somebody's just noticed it and told me last couple times. I don't like talking for a long time and not seeing anything. I don't even remember what I was talking about while I was muted then. I was talking about managing goals. I want to keep all my goals super tiny right now because I'm tired and I can't really think ahead too far, so it's better to just focus on the very short-term, temporary. So what I want to do right now is I want to get the default button. When I mouse over it, I want all the other buttons to hide themselves. So that's what I'm going to do. So real quick, when I go into this one, what makes this one hide itself? Okay, I have like if options equals one of these three, but I don't have if options equals 4. So that's why it doesn't actually show up. I'm not drawing anything. And it wouldn't draw itself because it's not active. Okay, so I kind of want to do something similar to that for all the other buttons. So what I could do, honestly, what's easiest to do is just say if UI window, no, options, window, choice, is it choice controls? Yeah, if that equals 4, then, all right, if that does not equal 4, then draw it. Otherwise, don't draw it. That should work. I'm gonna do that to all of them. Oh, I've already got it in here. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Is this confirm? Where's the other buttons at? Okay, there we go. Do that. Do that. Oh, don't do that. Ah, there we go. Yeah, it's really annoying. It's been driving me crazy. It's happened 2 times this stream because I've streamed for so long. The other one that was happening is, for some reason, my screen will be like all stretched out. A lot of weird things with OBS. Maybe I just need to update OBS. I don't know if it updates automatically. Probably not. I blame a lot of it on, like, because I'm still on Windows 7. I just feel like that's why everything breaks lately. As Windows 7 is becoming less and less supported by everything. Okay, so these buttons, the up, left, down, right, I just need to add in the 4 here. So I can just say, and so I'm gonna do that. Get rid of the extra stuff. If I copy this part, so if it does not equal 2 and it does not equal 4, sure, why not? Or if I just go here, slam that in, that should work. Here, that, and where's 8? Right here. Okay, that should work. That's another mini goal down. Oh, I gotta love mini goals. It's a sense of accomplishment. In an otherwise... I was about to get really depressing now. You know, I better not. Yeah, okay, that works. When I go to default, none of the buttons actually show up anymore. Alright, so the other big one here is when I mouse over controls, I want to be able to see everything. So I gotta figure out what all that is. Right, control. Pretty sure this is where I've been doing this. It is not. It's part of the window then. Yep, all this stuff. Alright, so I was just showing this stuff before, but I need to draw everything. I mean, it shouldn't be that hard, maybe. I don't even know where to start though. I think they're all the same size, right? They're all ODLX 20 or ODLX 18, I mean. Yeah, 20 is for the embiggened version. I think I just add in here this same thing over and over again until I have all the buttons that I want. But they just have to be at the locations that they're supposed to be at, which is the real complicated part. Alright, I think what I'd start with is I close all but this. I'm really struggling now. There we go. And then we open all these back up. The idea is just to get the locations of them. Well, not necessarily. Actually, I only need the one. So I need this one. I need this one. And I need this one, because that's the locations, and then everything else is just plus 100, which is easy. So let's get those three, and then everything else will just kind of fall into place. So, start with this. Oops, well, whatever. We'll put spaces in them for now. Alright, so this one. It's drawing here. Where's here? First, it's going to be confirm. Honestly, I should just leave this blank so I can copy and paste it for now. I just want the location. And I think the location is not right. No, that's not right. I gotta figure out the location. So the location of that one is 518. 518 is based on 490 plus 28. Should be right, because this is plus 28. Okay. So this one will be whatever this is. It'll be 850 plus the 28. 850 plus 28 is 878. Okay, that's where I start. 878, and that should be right. As far as this goes, this is at 180, so it's my 160 plus the 20. Okay, I get it. Everything else is good. Alright, that's the first location. What's the next one? This should be the same offset and everything, I think. Oh, but what it's drawing is totally different. That's right. But it's still drawing it at 28 and 20, so I can figure out all the other stuff later. Let's just draw it where it goes. So where it goes is going to be 1250 plus 28, so that's the same deal, 1278. This one's also 180, this one's 180. Alright. This last one is probably similar. I think it's 1500. Yeah. So 1500. That's easy. That's just 1528. Okay. That's the locations of them. There are, okay, so I have keyboard, mouse, gamepad default. So everything's gonna be the keyboard defaults. So it's going to be 8 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. And these 8 are just offset by 100 each. Real easy. There we go. And then the names of them are confirm, cancel, I think it was shoot, pause, up, left, down, right. Okay, so that should be all those. The next couple are the ones that get more confusing. Let's figure out how this first one works, I guess. I think everything's good here. I just gotta figure out how to draw what it's actually supposed to be. But I want to test it because I should be able to test it right now and see the first couple and make sure they're right. And in fact, I should put like X's there so I can see where those are located. Too late now, I've already pressed go. Yeah, so that works. Yeah. So yeah, when I mouse over this part, these options show up when I go into them. I just want these options to also show up, but these change. So I need to figure out what they're actually at so that I can display them. Kind of like this. These buttons can be at whatever. When I go out, it still displayed that, even though these technically aren't buttons anymore. It's just drawing what they would be at when you go in it. So it has the illusion that they're there, but they're not really there. They're a mirage. Same deal here. Is this actually shoot? Yeah, it is. Nothing changed. Yeah, okay, so I need to get all these values, which might be more difficult. How did I get those values to begin with? Okay, if controls equals 1, it's this. Oh, it's really that simple then, I think. I just paste this in here, but I gotta change the number to be what they're supposed to be. But all this is the same. Oh, the colors are different. Okay. Right. Let's just kind of edit this so it works. So C gray. I should really do this. Copy, paste, paste, paste. Okay. It's just this little value is what I want instead of a string. And then this will be... That's what happens when you have your raid music as an actual song. It's like, there's no way we're getting raided again. Alright, so that's all what I wanted. So I need to copy this 8 times and change the string part of it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So yeah, these are just what they are supposed to be. So this one's cancel, escape. Attack space, I think. Pause. Escape. Starts with up. So up, W. Left, A. Nope. Why didn't that one? Oh, because it's still got enter in there. That would be why. Yeah, I think that's it. Down, S, right, D, okay, so all that should be good. I just need the last bit of it, which is basically the same thing, just all the other things at the new area. So really, I just changed this part. Okay, here's what I do. I grab this, copy it, go here, paste it, but then we get rid of this part, because that's the part that changes. Now we copy all this. And then 1, 2, 3, 7, okay. And I didn't change the numbers here, let's do that. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright, these ones. What are these ones? Okay, I know it starts with this, confirm, space, yes, cancel, left control, got it, next one's attack, second attack key is shift, pause is pause, up is up arrow, left arrow, down, there we go. That should be all of them. See how good I did. I think I nailed it. I'm 100% confident. Options. So when I go over controls, we should see everything displayed correctly. Yeah. Looks like it. Enter. Nothing changed. That's good. Okay, and then the real test is if I change this to a K and then back out, it still displays K. So there you go. It is updating correctly. So it's showing what your buttons are. You just can't do anything until you go into the menu. Go deeper. Okay, awesome. What's next? Heck, we're making progress. It was easier than I thought it was. Okay, next is to get the default button to actually work. And then the exit button, are we really almost done? We might do it. Oh my god. I don't want to get excited because something's wrong. I forgot to do something. Damn it. No way I'm buying this happy mood. Alright, no, I think we're almost done. We just got to set up the default button and make it do its thing. And then we set up saving all the options. So, alright. Default button, where are you at? You're here. I haven't messed with you in a long time. Oh, there is something that's missing. That's right. Wait a second. I knew there was something. I didn't do all the keyboard controls yet. Because that's right, because I gutted out part of the options menu. That means this is not correct. So if I go to options using the keyboard, not the mouse, and I go in here, so this one works fine. This goes through all 16 options back and front. So that's great. But the mouse goes through 4, and then it goes off the screen for all 12 options, and then it goes back. Right, I need to make sure this is only going through the 4 again. And then this one will be the same thing, but it's only got to go through the 8. So, yeah, see, it's going through all 12. It's not supposed to because I changed some stuff. Fix that. And then we'll do the default. So, that shouldn't be too hard of a change. It's just, first, get rid of these spaces here. Oh, don't want to do that. There we go. Okay, so this, in the input, here. Alright, so this is where we're going through the buttons. And before this was fine, but now these have to change depending on what voice you're in. So, I mean, is it... Yeah, I just got to do it this way, I think. So if choice, not control, equals 1, and you do this, and then we'll do the other ones as well. Okay, and I got to do all the options like that. Alright, so copy this. There are only 3. That shouldn't be too difficult. That's 1, 2, and 3. Alright, so 2 will be 1, 2, 4, right? Only 4 options. And that's fine. And this one needs to be... Okay, that one's 16, this one's 4, this one's 8. Alright, easy. Yeah, okay, I'm good. Do that again. Here. And there. And there. Alright, so this one is 16, this one is 4, that one is 8. All that should be the same. This one will get more complicated. I have to think about it for a second. Oh, that's right. If it's left, right, nothing happens in this one. So honestly, I just what I need to do is if choice 1, you do that. Otherwise, you're not doing anything. So that's all I have to do. Cool. That's easy. There we go. So that should have fixed all that. I say with 100% certainty. I don't know why I'm using that inflection in my voice. Trust anything I do. Alright, keyboard controls. This. Alright, so again, we're going through all 16, which is correct. And then here, should only go through 4. Yeah. Yeah, okay, it works great. Oh wait, and then we can't go left and right. Let me test this. Left and right. Left and right. Yeah, okay. So this all works fine. And then gamepad. Should go through 8. Yeah. Beautiful. No left and right. Okay, cool. All that's good. Fixed. Default. Do the next. Open that. Create. That all looks fine. Step. This part is wrong. Cool. Grab this. Throw her in there. Grab this. Throw it in there. Have that. Delete this. Much better. Alright. This left mouse button. This is what needs to do the thing. Do the thing. What's the thing? The thing is to set everything back to default. Ooh boy, how do I do that? It's not that difficult. It's I need all of my controls and I need to set them to be what the globals are, because the globals haven't changed. So, okay. How do I do that? I think I go into this one. So let's get these two close together. Yeah, okay. And then I go to create and I get all this crap that I did. Honestly, do I just run this code again? No, that's basically what I'm doing. I'm just running all this code again. Yeah. Yeah. I've already done it, all the work. Copy. Go here, paste it. Oh, what a mess. Tap it in. Cool. That should be all I had to do. Oh, could it be that easy? Never that easy. Let's test it. Yeah. Mic works. Good. This, make it big. All right, options. Let's mess up the controls. So, whatever. You're O now. You're R. Oh, don't press the R button because it restarts the game. Okay. R is a bad button. That won't be a problem later. I'll remove R when I'm not testing. Alright, let's try it again. No R's, no F11s, no F9s. Alright, so yeah, P, Q, F2, numpad 4, which I hope didn't break anything. I don't know, this button, tilde, look at that. I've got so many things. Caps lock, boom, tab, why not? Okay, that's a messy key bindings. Now mouse, you know what? Confirm with the side button and shoot with the back button and this one with the left button. Cool. And now gamepad. Start, and you know what? We like bumpers more. Bumpers are great, and triggers. There we go. And then yeah, left stick to go left and right stick to go right. That makes sense. This one can still be down though, because why would you not do down? Okay, this one is that. Also, I just noticed I clicked on that, but the thing changed. I'm gonna have to look at that. Anyway, we have Brand new key bindings. They kind of suck, and I want to go back to what I had before. So I go down here and I press this button. And there's no sound, so we don't know if it worked, but it did not work. Awesome. Wait, why didn't it work? I left clicked it. Do I have to like do that? No. And why did it go? Oh my god, everything's broken. Nothing worked. Son of a... Alright. Well, okay. Step one is when you're on default and you press enter, it should not go into the inputs. Step two, when you're in here and you click on this, you should not be able to go to another thing. I don't know how I got to another thing. Did I press up? Oh, that's what happened, because I pressed up. It just automatically goes to that. Yeah, I never set that. So I need to set up the buttons don't actually change until afterwards. That's what I did with the mouse. I just need to do that with all the other ones, because now that I think about it, the keyboard is going to be like that too. If I go here and then press up, it's just going to go up, which is not good. You want it to change and not move. Okay. I'm going to do that, but I'm also going to fix this default, and I'm going to make sure you can't actually like go into the inputs by doing that. That doesn't sound right. So, yeah, why doesn't that work though? Alright, nothing worked. Nothing worked. Okay. If mouse check, key confirm enter, and mouse enter, then confirm enter. Now, I know why it didn't work, because it doesn't have UI window on it. Okay, okay, that's easy enough to fix, I say. Not really easy. Damn, that's annoying. Alright, UI, options, window, confirm enter. Copy that. I guess we just start with this. All the blue ones need to be red. Turn the blue to red. Paint it black. Coke shall take over. Eat at McDonald's. I don't know what other red brands are there. Red versus blue. Not red, that's pink. Starting to wonder if this was the correct way to do this. I guess it was supposed to be easy. Alright, so on the end here, every time I say gamepad button, we need one of these. Gamepad button, need that, need this, need that. This one's good. There we go. I'm going cross-eyed. I'm in the home stretch and I want it to be done. I can feel it. Come on. Keep going. I want to do something else with my life. Alright, good. That's all set up now. Okay, the other thing was, it should be in this one, options window, whatever, step, go to, hi Poppy. Oh, this one. So if you, I see. So I did this little thing, and now I know why I did this thing, because this is supposed to be up here. So if choice controls equals 4, you're supposed to do some other thing. Also, I didn't do that right. Oh, there's none of that. Alright. Do this and then else. Do all that nonsense. Okay, so what happens if it's 4? We're gonna do all that stuff I just did. Right? Yeah, totally. But luckily now we can copy paste because this is the correct object. Like I could have just right clicked there, but I have to select it again. That's kind of dumb. Copy, step, here, paste, grab it all one more time. There we go. Tab in, one more, tab in, beautiful. Okay. That's all good. So that's what happens if you're in Choice Controls 4 and the controls and you press confirm, that happens. Otherwise, you go state equals input, choice action equals 1, choice input equals 1. Beautiful. Alright, other thing that was messing up. Should I test that? No. Yes. Let's test that. Who knows, I might have done something wrong again. Oh god. Activated the dog. Alright, options, controls, keyboard. I'm gonna mess this all up again. That one, that one, that one, that one. Don't press R. That's good enough. But I do want to make sure all of them change, so do this and that. And here we do bumper, trigger, that. This, cool. Alright, now they're all messed up. Go to default. Left click on it, it should work. Bam. Yeah, they're all set back to what they were. Beautiful. There's should probably be like a notification or something though, because otherwise you don't know if it worked. It's weird. How would this normally work? I guess that would just be a clicking noise, and I don't have clicking noises yet. I'll do like a little chipping or something, I don't know, when you click the button so you know that it did something. So silly. Okay. So the other thing that I needed to fix was making sure the keyboard does not work if so I haven't even set up like selecting with the keyboard at all, so I've totally skipped a lot of steps there. Okay, so all the keyboard stuff does not work. I thought it did. What happened? Apparently not. Alright, so the keyboard pressing needs to be set up for all this stuff so that it works. And then I gotta make sure there's something to where if you like click on it and you do like an up, it doesn't go up. And if you do like a cancel button, it doesn't cancel out. So I gotta set that up. I don't want to do that. I thought about it. I want it to be quick. Like, it starts blinking, you do your thing, it changes. Probably play some sort of noise. Be good enough. I also, like, I don't know, I find the menus that constantly ask you to, like, accept changes to be kind of annoying. Because when do you ever not want to accept changes? Like, hardly ever. I think. I'd rather just be able to get through it real quick, exit and save, and not have to like constantly confirm that yes, that's what I want to do. Alright, so keyboard controls. That's what we need to do next. You're knocking my table over. You're tired too, aren't you? I gotta give you a bath. You always stink. Okay, so input. Oh yeah, key confirm equals exit. That's not right. Alright, right, how do I do this? Good question. I think doing it in here would be a nightmare. I'm gonna try and do these in the buttons, I think. Because trying to set up what button we're on, I mean, that's not too difficult. It's just finding what our current like choice input is. I don't know, honestly. Let me look at it, because I could go either way on this. Yeah, all I gotta do is set up this awaiting thing, right? Just way down here. This part. See, I feel like I should just throw it in here. And to do that, I would have to say, oh no, it's a little complicated because this has to be part of like both of those as their own thing, and then the button we want. Or, alright, it's got to be an or. Oh my goodness, yeah, it's gonna be a little complicated because it's one or the other. So, okay, no, it's not too difficult. I just put a parenthesis here. I say or, and then do the thing I want to do, which is if global confirm, yeah, if that, and then I do in parentheses, and then in the front I gotta do, no wait, maybe I only need to do one there. In the front I need one parentheses. Right, so if mouse check button released, this, and mouse enter, or if global key confirm. Oh, you don't need another if here. That's why I'm getting the error. Or key confirm. And it's got to be one of these two things and this stuff. But why am I still getting an error? So that goes to that. Oh, okay, yeah, I need two of them here. Not like that, this. Okay, that should work. Yes. Alright, so either this mouse stuff is true or this key confirm is true. And you're not awaiting and you're ready. Oh wait, no, we also need to make sure this is active as part of the confirm, because the mouse doesn't need to be active, but the keyboard does need to be active. So this has got its own thing. Global key confirm. And active? I didn't need that. I don't need this one. This one I need. There we go. Okay, so if mouse left and mouse enter, or if key confirm and this thing is active, and this stuff, then you do all this stuff. And I think that'll work. So this isn't that difficult because I can just take this part. No, up to the mouse enter. I copy this. I paste it where it goes. And then I put the 2 parentheses in the front. I gotta do it to every single button. Maybe I should test this one button first. Let's do that before we paste it to every single button. Alright, so we should be able to at least set the first button. If I did it right. Oh, did it immediately. Oh, I'm supposed to do pressed and not direct. That would probably help. But it's constantly resetting it, so it's not just that. Something else wrong. That's not right. What am I doing wrong? Okay, I think this is supposed to be confirm press. That would help if I did that. Good thing I didn't start copy and pasting. But also, so it's got to be this and active at the same time. You have to press, you have to be active. I don't know why it's breaking now, but I do have a lot of parentheses and it's getting confusing. Okay, so it should be both of these, or both of these, and these two. So if global key confirm pressed and active is true. Active is only true when this thing is selected. So instead of active, I could also just say if the choice input equals whatever it's supposed to be, like this one. But that's what active is anyway, I think. I'm gonna try it again and just see if confirm pressed is all I needed to do. But something tells me it's not. Fuck it, we're gonna go to 5 a.m. Who needs sleep? Sleep is for the weak. Okay, well it didn't automatically select it, so that's good. Open it. That's not right. It keeps selecting it. Why does that keep happening? It's not deselecting it. Honestly, I have no idea. I can't even deselect it this way. So something's gone horribly wrong. I have no idea. It's something else. It's my cord's tangled in my foot. I'm not understanding how this works, obviously. If not waiting. Alright. Thinking I peel this back off. Maybe try it a different way. If released, left, the mouse center is true. You're not waiting already. And the ready's true. This didn't cause any issues. I mean, I kind of have to do it this way because there's like 16 buttons. I can't just put it all in the options window. That's a lot. I gotta figure out what I'm doing wrong here. Okay, if global key confirm press. Let me just write it out from the beginning. If global key confirm pressed. So if you press the confirmation button and active is true, this thing is only active when it's actually selected, because that's set up here. Alright. So if both those things, let's do this way. And okay, if not awaiting, and you are ready, and alright, this is true. Or it's gonna be the same thing I had, just in a different order. Maybe I don't know, I just think maybe I did something wrong, because it should have worked. This, and then you gotta do all this in parentheses so that it's one or the other. Alright, not awaiting and ready, and you confirm pressed and active, or the mouse button released and the mouse enter is true. Then do everything below. I'll keep all these different ones. That one I know works. This one doesn't work, but I feel like this doesn't work. I don't know why. Yeah, it's just automatically selecting again. There wasn't a problem when I went into it. It was when I pressed a button. So somewhere it's getting stuck in like a constant loop. I mean, I'm setting awaiting to be true, so this shouldn't trigger. Also, I'm turning the controls off, so this definitely shouldn't be activating anymore. Okay, let's just, okay, here's one thing I can do. Let's comment this part out. Okay, let's see if we can just do the keyboard by itself. Oh, but this would be in parentheses still. There we go. I think I just got like too much stuff and I can search afterwards. I don't know. I really have no idea what's going on. Probably something simple that I'm just not understanding. As is usual. Alright. And it's still doing the same thing. Okay. At least we know it's not the combination of the two. It's something with this being both of them. Alright, so let's just split it up some more. So, if global I mean, it shouldn't change anything, but I don't know what's going wrong anyway. Gotta try something. Still doing it. Okay. Without the active part. I know this would work, but let's just try it. Because if it was like this, it would activate anytime you press the confirm button. It's not what we want. But I don't know where to even begin with this problem. Oh, it's just automatically activating. Okay, so something's wrong with global key confirm, where it's constantly running as a 1. Not like because one of my buttons is pressed. That's really weird. Right, because this is constantly reading a 1. That's the only reason this would constantly happen. Have I screwed up my button at some point and I just haven't noticed it till now? I'm thinking, have I been doing this key thing wrong this entire time? That might be possible. I think so. Global key confirm press. I don't know. I didn't think it was constantly reading a 1. Confirm press should be keyboard check, confirm, enter, space, Gamepad A. Okay, it should be one of those three things. So one of these is on constantly, and it's between 1 and 0. I have no idea. It should be returning a 0. Oh, okay, let's do this. Thing is, it's this confusing. I got rid of the draw thing. Oh wait, this isn't the right one. It's in here. There we go. Let's see what's going on exactly. That always tends to help me figure out what I'm doing. Show me this button, and why is it always set to 1? If it's set to 1, I'll check all the confirmed buttons and see which one is doing that. Alright, so it's set to 0 right now. If I ever click, well, if I ever click space, it'll go to 1, yeah. If I ever click enter, it'll go to 1, and if I ever click this, it'll go to 1. So if I go in here, constantly at 1. What? Why? Okay. At least I'm right about that. Okay, now why is that happening? Because that's what's screwing everything up. Did I do anything to... I think I did mess with the confirm button at some point. Maybe I forgot to remove it. I remember I like set it to 0 or something to stop the code from automatically activating. Maybe I just screwed something up there. Well, let's do Control F. Let's look for global key confirm pressed. Well, there's only these 3, so I never mess with it here. So it's got to be somewhere else. Well, it could also be some other... Yeah, let's look for any confirm. There's mouse ones as well. All these are off. So the only 2 that are on is mouse left and confirm. Or pressed. And I know this one isn't on constantly. So it's somewhere else, not even in this button. Is it in here? Control F. There's lots of them here, but one of them is activating constantly. This is display. I mean, I know I get all the way into the input without it being on. So it's probably none of this stuff. It would be this one. If confirm press, is this what's messing it up maybe? I don't see why that would be, but let's get rid of it. Anything else? And that's it, we're going through them all again. Yeah, this is the only one in input. Alright, I don't know. That's that. Alright, is that 0? So it's 0. And it's just 1 constantly. Only other thing I can think is, let's see all these buttons. What is actually turned on? Alright, that's all of them. And we just do like -50. Alright. One of these has to be on for that to be happening. This way I can at least confirm which one it is. I've misunderstood this. Right. These different confirms are the buttons. Oh, okay, I know what I need to do. I'm not checking it right. I need to do... I gotta see if the buttons are pressed. So those two can be as they are, but this one needs to be... I don't even remember. Keyboard check? Let's just check direct. I guess this isn't gonna work. Oh, I can turn it into a string, maybe? Will that work? Apparently not. Got semicolon expected. Oh wait, something's... Say what? Expecting a comma? Why is this expecting a comma? No, it's good? No. Wait. That's what's wrong. Okay, it needed another parentheses. Jeez. There we go. Now I should be able to see them all. Oh yeah, this one needs an extra thing in it, which is global controller. I don't know if this will work. It should work. They should all be zeros now. And if one of them's 1, then I know that's the one that's messed up. Good. Alright. Here we go. All zeros. That means none of the confirm buttons are on. Options. Controls. Keyboard. So sometimes this one flashes, that's when I'm pressing the mouse. Okay. Now if I press space. Ooh, bottom 2 are on. What is happening now? What is going on? So, none of the buttons are actually on, right? These are all the confirm buttons. None of them are on, but this is on. Which makes no sense to me. It's something in here. I'm going to revert to what I had before. And do something totally different because I just have no idea what's going on. Alright, back to where we were. We've made 0 progress. I just have no idea what's going on with that. Let me close all this stuff while we think about this. Wait, I might know what it is. This would be a weird one if true, but if global controls active becomes true and it exits. Oh man, I never thought about this. If global controls is active and it's exiting, that means that when this thing changes back to a 0, because it's a confirmed press, it's never updating. That's what's happening. That was never a problem with the mouse? No, because the mouse I was doing directly. That's why I never noticed that before, because I've been just directly checking the mouse. So it didn't matter what it was. Oh my goodness. I got it! Oh. How do I fix that? Oh, I can just set it back to 0 as part of this. If it's true. That should work, right? Yeah? Okay, wait, let's go back. Because I wasn't wrong with my code, as I thought. It was something totally different. Alright, so this is true. Now go back to here. Alright, if that, this, and then we add this into there. But this one needs to have a parentheses. I don't know what happened to that. That needs to be its own thing. Okay, I think that's it. So that should still work. The only difference is when I turn the controls off, I gotta turn the button off manually. Which I can do at the bottom here, I guess. Honestly, I'd have to cut every button off, don't I? Because it's gonna mess up trying to find a key. Will it? I think it might. No, because I'm checking directly what the keyboard's pressing. Yeah, no, it shouldn't matter. As long as I turn this off, this equals 0. That's all I needed to do. Alright, let's try it again. I think that's the solution. Confirm being on might break something as well, because technically that's still on. Alright. Yeah, it's happening super fast and changing the space. The space is still on. Stupid mouse. Yeah, no, that's not right. Why does that happen now? Alright, confirm pressed is getting turned off. Maybe I need to turn the normal confirm off. I guess all the buttons are technically on, and that's what's causing it to instantly do another one. Let's go to look at the keyboard stuff. Yeah, it's looking for keyboard keys. Oh, I see. If keyboard key, because space is the button you use to activate it, space is going to automatically be on. So, yeah, that won't work. I need to make sure you have to release whatever the button was before you go into the awaiting state, so that no buttons are being pressed. Alright, I just need to, yeah, this is the first time I've needed a released. I've been doing pressed, and I didn't think I needed a released here, but apparently I do. Because I gotta make sure none of the buttons are being pressed. How would I mean, I could cheat this. I just gotta think of how to do it. Like, okay, at this point, I'm pressing the confirm button. It's getting me into this little bit. Now, yeah, you won't be in here if you ever release the button, so that won't work. I think this would be so hard. I mean, the easiest solution would have this be on like a button release. I just have to set that up. I could do that. It wouldn't be too hard, would it? I'd have to do it for the gamepad as well. So it'd be both confirm buttons in both. Oh, and that's why it's gonna mess up all the control stuff too. I need to come up with another solution. I need like another state that you go into while we wait for you to let go of the buttons, so that it goes to wait for the next button. I think that's the best thing. So I'm just gonna need like a new variable or something. A new state. I guess easiest way to do that. Okay, what if I just did this? I'm doing another variable because if I get wait equals true. Okay, so we're gonna wait. And then wait doesn't go to false until no button is pressed. Yeah, if awaiting and not wait. So to get not wait, I just need something that turns it back off. That's when there's no button pressed. I mean, this is a shitty way to do released, but kind of feels like what I want to do. I could just put right here like I don't care about mouse buttons. I just want if keyboard key equals 0 and oh yeah, there wasn't a gamepad one, was there? Yeah, this wasn't a problem with the mouse because I could use released. But this will be a problem with every single gamepad option. There's no easy way to make sure all the gamepad buttons are off. I should have just done this totally different from the start. Should have made like a state system for all of this. Then it would have just been so much easier to swap from one state to another and I wouldn't have to worry about what's in the rest of the script. I need to use states way more frequently. I feel like I can get it by without having to do it, and then the code becomes like 500 lines and I'm like, fuck. Somehow I need to detect. There's no built-in function for seeing if there's a gamepad button being pressed or making sure that any of the buttons are off, right? You can check buttons individually, you can't check all the buttons. They don't have that. Because, yeah, if there's any gamepad button on, it's going to mess everything up. Yeah, I could. I just don't want to do... I don't want to do a million buttons. But I could do that. I'm probably going to have to do that. You know what? Instead of doing this, what I should do is make sure all my buttons are turned off. Oh yeah, okay, and then okay, maybe that's right. Okay. So I want to check all these buttons that I actually use. Make sure they're all set to 0. And once that's true, then we go forward. Because that'll work for both gamepad and, well, that'll work for everything. and it won't affect the mouse. So yeah, I need to just check all of these. But to do that, I need to not cut off the controller early for the whole thing that I was doing before. The big problem here is I'm going to get this figured out with this one, and I'm going to have to copy it in all 16 buttons. Which seems really dumb. I need to come up with a better solution. This is not going to work out. I think I need to just go back, get back to my mouse controls, and we're going to figure this out in a totally different place that's not here, that will work. So I'm going to back up again. I'm going to restore the default because this is just not the place to figure all this stuff out. When I could do all of this for one thing. Kind of hard to get all the way back. That's it. That's where we started. That's the default. Yeah, I don't know. I wish there wasn't so much iteration during this process. I've had enough iteration. I'm ready to move on. All right. I'm gonna do all this stuff in this because I feel like I need to do all this stuff and then move forward. So it probably is better if I just throw it in here. All right. How do I start here? If we have key confirm press, that's a good start. We already have the first step. I'm just going to do this with lots of variables because I need different states to I got to go through. Actually, I can just do like one variable that shifts through different numbers to get to the correct one, the correct spot we're supposed to be at. Because there is a process we're going through here. So the confirm part is just to say that we're ready. And then I got to go through all the steps. I feel like I should just write this all down so I can better visualize. Probably a good idea. I can get rid of all this stuff because we're past all this. Okay, let me write down stuff. It'll help me. Alright, so if key confirm press, then hold on, ready equals true. If ready's on, then this is where we're like getting everything ready. So I don't even know where to start. It's not helping. Shit, it's already 4:06. I'm gonna have to stop. I'm not gonna be able to do it. This is too difficult. I should have stopped a while ago. Maybe I should just start writing down all the things I know I need to do and then put them in order later. Okay. Well, I know that I need to find what choice input we're on. Okay, that's important. I need to set input weighting to true. Basically, I got to do all the things that's in here, so I should start with that. This stuff's all still true. I'm gonna have to turn the controls off at some point. Alright, so that's still a thing that I gotta do. brain's just not working well. Okay. I press enter. Okay, no, this isn't that difficult. Ready equals true, and then outside of that, we wait for no buttons on, then I guess ready equals true isn't the best example. I guess ready false is just true by default. Wait, what actually activates this? Again, it's not a true false. It's a 0, 1, 2, or it's a 1, 2, 3. So ready equals 1. Once there's no button on, ready equals 2. And then once ready equals 2, then we know that we're primed to set all of our stuff. Because a button was on and then a button was off. That or I just say screw it and add all the release buttons in here. Why don't I just do that? Not that difficult to do. I'm just changing. Ah, fuck it. Doesn't this just solve all the problems? I just do this. There we go. Let's just do that. I needed a release key. I tried to get by with not having a release, but it turns out you really need it. Especially for key bindings. Because it's just too hard to jerry-rig something. This just makes things so much easier too, because I'll just put it in the code where it's supposed to go as released, and yeah, it'll be it. I should have just done this from the start. Instead of trying whatever I was just trying. So honestly, I don't have to change anything else in my key bindings. It's just, yeah, it's checking all this stuff. Okay, and then I add, here are the new globals, which are also released. And I'll have to set those up wherever they're at. And once we have them established, we can use them to do things in a much easier fashion. I don't know if they should cancel each other out or not. Maybe? Probably not. Yeah, they'll be fine. Alright, where do I add all this stuff? It's not actually part of this. I think it's just in the create event here. Yeah. So, I don't think it's anywhere else. And then I can change all these things to be released in the input thing, because this is the only place it's probably going to matter. It could matter in other places, so I guess it's useful to have. But, oh wait, not that. That's it. Okay. Right, we now have a release button. So, yeah, to utilize that, here's what I was doing before. Okay. So, that's in parentheses. And the whole thing is in parentheses. So, 2 there. So it's that, or it's this stuff, which is global key confirm released and active one more here. Okay, if that or that and all this stuff, and then I just got to remember to turn the release off like I did before. I guess it, yeah, it does need to get turned off still. This is going to cause an issue because, no, shouldn't. I'm just thinking when I create a button, okay, everything's going to work up to that point, but if I use like the arrow key, it'll still go to the next one, I think. But I think I can change that in the inputs. So let's just see if this part of it works. That should have been all I needed to do then? Maybe? Done this so many times, I have no idea. Still got all those buttons there. Alright, so controls here. Whoa. Wait. Because I just, okay, right, because I pressed enter here and then I released, which started it. And if I press it and release it, it starts it again, so it's not quite the solution I need. Actually, I think I know how to fix that. Is that I turn these first few buttons, I make, yeah, these buttons only activate with release. So you've got to press and then release to get to the next part. And then that'll be press and release. That should work. Okay, let's try that. So to do that, I just need these keys to be release instead. Alright, let's see if that'll fix that. Options, controls. Where did it go all the way down here? Right, needs to wait for another release before the next one. Okay, that part I think I can fix, but the confusing part is why did it go straight to... Oh, okay, because now when you go into controls, that's the press, that's the release. I don't know why it goes before though. That's not explained. I don't know, let's keep going up the chain. Care about all those other ones, they work fine. This one also release. Ooh. Alright. Yeah, I'm working on it. Thanks for chatting. Alright. So, this one now on release. Release. That all works. Open this. Alright, so I just need to fix that last bit. Still don't know why it ever went to 4. It's not happening now. So it seems to be okay. Also, where the hell did the cursor go? I haven't tested this very well. Okay, cursor doesn't appear when you press enter. Gotta fix that. Everything else seems to be working up to there. Okay, let's fix this. The game button, or whatever. Oh yeah, it doesn't actually create the button. That was an oversight. So that would have been in game, options game, if there's anything else wrong there. So step, we go down to here, we want to create this. That needs to go here. Oops. A little far there. The rest of it's correct. Okay, that fixes that. Alright, so the last part is how do I get when I okay, so the problem is I release, it goes through the thing, but when I press the next time and release, yeah, it's starting it again. So I need a break between. Okay, and I've already got that kind of set up with the mouse button. I just need to add the keyboard to that. So when I do, let me go look at this to make sure. Yeah, when I did mouse button, I had ready equals false. I need that on the keyboard as well. So I don't even need this timer. Don't do that. Alright, if I turn the timer on, and then I get rid of this, I should just cut that. And then this part, okay, I need to add the thing here. So it's if you press that or you press a confirm button. So alright. So either you press the left mouse button or you press the confirm button, then ready will equal true. Alright, so that's 3 things I need to update. 4 things. Let's test again. I really needed to get rid of them zeros. Alright, here, go here, it opens, and then when I press this, it gets ready for the thing, I press space, everything worked. Now what if I press down? Down won't work because, oh, it will work. Cool, so I won't even have to change the controls for the other thing. Oh yeah, what about, technically this should work for the gamepad too, the way I've set it up. So if I do this, oh, that's right, because I'm doing, wait, why doesn't that work? because I didn't apply all that stuff to that. Okay, I know why. I applied that to the keyboard and did not apply that to the mouse. So honestly, I feel like I should just apply that to everything, seeing as it seems to be what's going on anyway. Is that possible? It should be. Right here. So this part, I've been applying this to everything. Right, is it at the bottom of the mouse? It's at the bottom of the keyboard. Usually this only applies the one time when we've actually gotten our key though. So that one's inside there. This one would be wherever it activates, which is in every single one of these. Yeah, okay, so honestly, this isn't that hard to do because the thing here is, oh yeah, it is hard to do. Ah, crap. But actually, if I go Control F and I just look for this is the part that needs to be swapped for the selection only thing. Okay, so this part, every time I did this, I needed to do that instead. And actually, because I'm only using that part, there we go. Every time I see this, I need to do that, and that's annoying, so fix that, copy. This is kind of annoying. I really do need a better way to do this. I wonder if the timer part is even necessary. It doesn't seem to be, but it was when I did the mouse, so fuck it. Just do it all. It only has to be for 8 buttons anyway, right? And then that one doesn't get done. Okay, let's try it again, because that should now work for the gamepad as well, and if that's true, then we do that across every button, and we'll finally be done with that. We got 30 more minutes of overtime, because technically we're supposed to go to sleep 30 minutes ago. Want the gamepad. Yeah, okay. It seems to work now. So I can't select this one because that's right, I've only done the one button. So the other ones aren't actually set yet. Okay, but still, seems to be working. And it's not like canceling out, and if I did down, it's not going down to the next one. So all that works. Okay, copy everything I just did there. I need to make notes of all this, so global controls active equals true needs to turn into this. You know what, if I did like this, I could use find and replace. I just have to go and put an enter. Just do that. Okay. Okay, so that was one thing I had to do. I needed to do 4 things. So there's that. there's what I did to this change, which I'm pretty sure I just copy paste this in place of the old one. So let's copy that. We want that one. Next is this stuff. Is this copy pasted? I think it is. So copy that, paste it here, and then finally we got to throw this on the very bottom to release the release key. Yeah, those are the 4 things I got to do to every button. Okay, but real quick, I gotta piss. I'll be right back. Here. You know what? Let's be professional. AFK. You know what? I'm glad I took a small break there. I just remembered something before I went any further. I've totally done this thing before, right here. When I could turn the controls off. Yeah, I've done this in Gazzard. The only difference was that I completely forgot about is I forgot that, yeah, you have to turn all the buttons off. So I should just do that by default so that I don't have to do the other part. Fortunately, all of these have to become zeros and they're really big right now. Oh wait, no, even better over here. Yeah, let's grab all this. Copy. So if that's true, then everything gets set back to 0. There we go. And now I don't have to worry about it. And it'll exit. And that's it. So here, I don't need this part. And everything else is fine, because that's the only time I did that. But this is good because if I ever need to turn the controls off, which sometimes you do, like in events and stuff, like this game I don't think there's really a case for it. When I like pause the game maybe, but even then I don't think so. But just in case, if I ever wanted to take control away from the character, maybe if I like zoom in the camera or something, yeah, it might happen. Now I just turn the controls off and all the controls set back to 0, as they should, until I turn the controls back on so the player can do stuff. Yeah, this is something I had in Gazzard I totally forgot about. They're just done here. Okay, cool. Well, that's one less thing to do here. We can get rid of that. We're only doing the 3 things. Alright, so let's grab all this. I want to do... the best way to do it is like this. Alright, so let's close everything. Hope I didn't forget anything, because we're going to open all these inputs. It's doing this again. Open them all. Don't share this message ever again. Okay. And what's on top? 2? Yeah. Alright. So we do Control F, Control V, hit this, and then, yeah. Control F, Control V, press that button. There's a way to do find and replace immediately. I don't remember how. Search and replace. Is it like Control R? I don't know, let's try it. This one? Control R? No. Control F, Control G maybe? I don't know. I could try and Google it, actually. So, shortcut for find and replace. Control H. Let's see if that works here. Control H. Yeah, it works. And then Control V. That's faster. So H is a little harder to reach. Control H, Control V. Okay, that's all that. Now I need the other one. Copy that. So in the bottoms of these, I just press that, and then I go through them. So as long as it's not at the end of a string, it should be fine, right? I think it's only that one right there that doesn't change. And that's the last one here, so that's good. This should be at the top of every one, I hope. There we go. This one didn't have one. Oh, probably gonna have to add that. Yeah. Also, they probably don't have timers. Okay, there's a couple more things to do here. What I need to add is all this. Yeah, let's go ahead and add this before doing all that other stuff. So it goes between these two buttons here. All right. Yeah, I was only doing it for mouse controls before, but now it needs to apply to everything. That one's already got one. Alright. Now we go back to what we were doing. I'm gonna go down to the one that doesn't have it. Or does have it. This one. Anything else? Nope. So here, B. Skip that one. There we go. Is that it? Apparently. Yeah, once I get rid of the gamepad, I guess there is just the one, huh? I hope I don't accidentally hit the double arrow there. Okay, all that. Now, I don't think it matters, but I kind of got to go through every one of these and hit the enter. Too bad you can't do enters in this. There might be a way. Be faster to just go through this with the scroll wheel on it. God, there's so many of them. Be it. Yep. But if I highlight it, it's still easier to find. I'll do that. Right, it's the only one, isn't it? Yep. Alright, the next couple are easy because it's just the one. Alright, this one should be where we're back to normal. Oh, come on. I can't click. There. There. All of them. Next. Okay. Next. There was a better way to do this now that I think about it. If I'd have replaced the ready part with just a word that's not anywhere else in the code, I could have done a fun... No, it's because you can't do enters. Enter's the important part. I want to add 2 lines in where there used to be only 1 line. I think there's a better way to do it. Am I done yet? This is the last one, I think. I could have been separating these two for days. Could you imagine like power outage right now? What is going on? Go back. Speaking of which, let's save. There we go. ABS, always be saving. Sorry the end of the stream has gotten so quiet. I just got nothing else to talk about. I don't think anything else. I just want to get this done. At this point, I'm just kind of like running on nothing. Copy paste into a notepad. The big problem here is I just can't put the enters in using find and replace, using game maker thing, unless there is a way to do it, but I don't know of it if there is. I put most of it in, but I got to do the enters separately. But that's the end of it, so hopefully I'm done. Alright, so that was only part 1 though. I got to do the other ones are a lot easier than that though. But yeah, I am kind of doing what you just said. This is like all the stuff that I'm copying and pasting right here. It's just, that just happened to be 2 lines instead of 1 line. Slash ends and replaces. Okay, I guess I'm just not aware of how that works. Okay, where does this go? This one is part of the ready true thing. So it's at the bottom. Luckily they're all at the bottom. I think it's this one. Back to lurking. I'm almost done. Oh, it's 5 o'clock too. Alright, I need to make an adult decision now. Do I stop here and go to bed so that I can get up for work, or do I just bust this out? I'm gonna start counting hours. How much longer will this take me? Oh, golly. I feel like I should just stop now, man. I hate stopping in the middle of stuff because it becomes really hard to pick up. So let me make good notes. If I'm going to stop now, the good notes need to be in here. In this case, this needs to be, yes, it's this one. This needs to get replaced. So replace that with this. What's my replace button? Let's do that. That goes into that. And then one more. This one would be all of this, I think. So this gets replaced. Okay, that should be good enough notes that I know what I'm doing when I wake up. I'll make a couple more spaces so it's a little easier. Okay, cool. I'm stopping here. I made excellent progress today, though it doesn't feel like it because we still haven't finished the Keybindings menu. But it's so close to done. I definitely will not stream until this is done, so hopefully whatever my next stream is, it will be working on actual like stage UI, map UI, that kind of thing. Actually, we're doing like movement controls and stuff next, so just anything but UI. Alright, saving this. And, oh yeah, so do you have anyone else to raid? Because my followers is empty right now. And I would love to pass it on, but I got nobody. I could search for someone real quick. Might as well. I rarely have anyone to raid with. We just search game dev, right? Golly, how low is game dev right now? Or am I just missing it? Alright, I should use the search. Just try to spread your raids out. Yeah, I appreciate it. I might as well push forward. No results found. It's what I'm streaming in right now. Right, can I just right click my own stream icon? Yeah, there we go. Software and game development. Search low to high. Someone who's actually doing game dev. I used to follow a lot of people who do game dev more regularly, but most of them have stopped recently. So I've only got like a couple people who actually still stream. Maybe I'll just push on to like a larger channel. I mean, this guy's might be good. Is this English though? Yeah, okay, let's raid this guy. How do I do this? I just copy him. Hardly ever raid. And I do this. Paste that. Raid this guy. Start the raid. Alright, thanks for watching. I'm raiding. I think I just hit raid and close, right? Alright, yeah. Thanks for the raid. Thanks for the talking and sticking around for 12 hours. Golly, huge stream. I'll see y'all later.